All men dream, but not equally. Those who dream by night, in the dusty recesses of their minds, wake in the day to find that it was vanity. But the dreamers of the day are dangerous men, for they may act their dream with open eyes to make it possible. This I did.
Hands up.
Enjoying yourself, pal?
Oh yeah, you're a comedian.
Nice warm welcome.
They're both clean.
My apologies. One can't be too careful.
I'm guessing you're Talbot?
Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Drake.
That's right.
Do you have it?
Let's see the money first.
Cutter. It's all there. Now let's see it. I'll need to authenticate it.
Of course.
Silver, 16th century, Elizabethan design, inscribed with Sir Francis Drake's motto. Well, it appears to be genuine.
Well, of course it's genuine.
If I may ask, how did you two come into this?
Does it matter?
My client will be very pleased.
Hold on a minute. Sully, this is fake.
I assure you, Mr. Drake.
Whoa, whoa, you are right. This is phony as a $3 bill. What the hell are you trying to pull here?
Perhaps I should be asking you.
This is bullshit. Deal's off, pal.
And you? You can tell your client. You blew it. Come on, Nate, let's get the hell out of here.
You're not really in a position to negotiate. Now give me the ring, take the case, and walk out of here like gentlemen. While you still can.
Do as the man says, son.
You're a thief.
Well now, that's ironic.
Come on.
Best you got!
This one's mine! Yeah, you and me. You have a go at me, come on!
No time to rest.
All right, mate. You're done for.
Come on, let's get out of here.
What's this?
Hey there, big fella.
I got him! All right, quick, hit him!
Bad idea, Granddad.
Damn it! Get him!
Here, you spilled my drink!
Here, this one's on me.
Come on now, let's break up, will ya?
Get him, lad!
This a private party, or can I join in?
Be my guest.
Take him down!
Oh, no! Come on now, let's break it up, will ya?
Bitch! Get him, lads!
This a private party, or can I join in?
We got him, lads! Take him down! Is that all you got? What do you think you're doing?
Man, this got out of hand in a hurry.
Damn it! Yeah, thanks.
All done. Man, that is nasty.
Come on.
Now just give me a second there, mate. I'll be right with you. Okay, ready for more. This is exhausting. Okay, ready for more. This is exhausting. Lay off the steroids, pal. Okay, ready for more. This is exhausting.
Okay in there? You hurt?
Just my pride. They're gonna need a plunger.
Come on. Let's go, Nate. Here. Get out the back. You look like shit. Ugh. And smell like it.
Stop him! I've got the old geezer!
Ready to go, kid?
Yeah.
Let's go. Oops.
Crap.
Oh, damn it.
Come here. Typical bloody Yank. All talk. Hey. You've had enough, haven't you, mate? Don't. Stay down.
Hello, Victor.
Kate?
Still wallowing in the gutter with your protege, I see. Not very dignified for a man of your age.
Should have known you'd be behind. Oh, careful now. Wouldn't want you to melt.
Same cocky little shit. So fearless. I wonder what you're really afraid of. Not bullets or blood or broken bones. No. You get off on all this, don't you? Cheating death. Or not.
No.
Mr. Sullivan, I won't harm your precious boy. I merely want what's mine.
Give me that back.
Cutter!
Oh, no. Oh.
Shut up!
You fool!
Oh, you're bloody welcome, Your Majesty.
Marlowe, we have to get you out of here.
Oh, come on. They're a right pair of arseholes. What?
All right. Here we go. Not here. Huh, that's not it. No, that's not it either. Oh, that's not it. Huh, that's not it. Not here. That's not it.
Yo me acuerdo del museo de Cartagena, que estuve ahí, que fue la primera vez que vi la exhibición de sí, ese retrato cuando se corta lo veía.
Ok, mi amor, estoy listo porque vamos a la otra galería. Mira, volteamos por aquí a la derecha, mira, ese mapa, te da la más sonrisa. Entonces por aquí otra vez. Si llegamos a la sala B. Ay, yo quiero ir a la sala B, a ver qué pasa allá. Sí, es que ese es el que yo quiero ver. Estos colores son maravillosos.
Maravilloso, sí, pero no tengo la pintura.
Maybe upstairs. It's gotta be in one of these cases.
El museo cierra en 15 minutos.
Huh. Ah, crap.
¡Te agarré, ratita callejera!
¡Suélteme!
Su clase de gente no es bienvenida aquí. Y quédate afuera.
¡Pendejo! Oh, there he is.
A mi papá.
I gotta keep up with him. Crap, more cops. Ah, there he is.
Para toda la vecindad. Para los patacones, ¿no? Pisao.
Oh, don't mind if I do. Ugh.
Vete de aquí, limosnero.
It was rotten anyway.
¿Qué está mirando, chico? Pasa, pelado. Lárgate de aquí, pelado, callejero. Mira, chino, ¿dónde está tu mamita?
Ah, now where did he go?
Bueno, ¿y qué? No jodas tanto, pelado. A mí me gusta la uva también. La de la costa no me gusta tanto. Me gusta la cachaca.
No, que yo le dije que no se preocupara tanto, ¿verdad?
Ay, pues sí. Pero que tenga plata.
Where is he
Bueno,
going?
eso siempre es lo complicado.
Tengo guanábana, tengo guayaba, tengo de todo. Tengo mangostinos fresquitos. Pase, señor.
Y yo, imposible.
Pase, pase.
¿Sabe que mi carro hasta diamantes me
Bueno, no, pero es que la
Robertico, ¿no será que usted me presta un dinerito?
No,
Pelado,
mira,
tengo mamoncillo. ¿Quiere comer mamoncillo? Está bien dulcecito. Prueba uno gratis, número uno. Quería conmigo. ¿Cuándo le hice eso? El otro día. Tengo maní, tengo maní. Así, señor, que aquí tengo guanábana, tengo guayaba, tengo de todo. Tengo mangostinos fresquitos. Pase, señor. Tengo 3 leches.
What's he doing? Damn. It's locked. Looks like he's going upstairs. Gonna have to find another way up. What's he doing in there? I need to get a better look.
I don't want to rush you, pal, but can you move it along?
Ya casi está, señor.
Got a lady with you. You know how that is.
Sí, señor. Aquí lo tiene.
That's a ticket. Gracias. Adios, amigo.
Okay, I gotta get that wallet. Crap. Can't go down that way. He's cutting through that building. I bet I can spot him from the roof. Oh, who's your friend?
Maní. Tengo maní.
Gotta get down there. Don't want to lose him. Damn it. Don't want to go down there. I gotta find a way to get that wallet. Okay, it's right there in his pocket. Now's my chance.
It seems we have some time to kill.
I got an idea. We can while away a few hours.
Crap! Suélteme, viejo!
Let's try that again.
Let go of me.
Ah, that's what I thought. Now don't try to run. You're a long way from home, son.
Don't call me that.
Parents must be worried about you.
Yeah, not likely.
Okay, sore subject. That was a nice lift back there. You're pretty good.
I don't know what you're talking about, old man.
Hey, don't call me that. Your technique is really sloppy, though. You're telegraphing all your moves.
You're crazy.
Yeah? You've been tailing me all over town. Probably figured me for an easy mark. But you picked the wrong guy, pal.
What?
My wallet. Fine. Maybe we'll just call the police.
Go ahead. Of course, they might wonder why a middle-aged tourist is following young boys down alleyways.
You are a crafty little beggar, aren't you?
I know how to take care of myself. Anyway, I'm pretty sure you don't like the cops any more than I do.
Good point. Kid. The wallet.
Had to try.
Of course you did.
Telegraphing all my moves, huh? All right. Museum's closed.
Ah, that was close. Okay. Whoa.
Damn it, kid.
Why, Victor, look who it is. The filthy little stray that made off with your wallet.
Come on, son. You haven't got a chance. Just hand it over.
Now, the ring.
What ring?
Catherine!
Who do you think you are, boy? You're nothing but a filthy, cast-off little beggar. You're not fit to touch these objects.
What the hell do you think you're doing? He's just a kid.
Stop him!
Stop the boy!
Holy crap.
He has the ring! Break the door down!
Oh, God.
He's heading for the roof! Catch him!
Chained!
Break it! Hurry!
Let go!
Shit!
Oh, crap. Who the hell are these guys?
Come here, you little bastard!
Enough of this!
Now they're shooting at me?
You run up here!
Beat it, kid!
We've got him!
Excuse me, coming through.
¿Qué hace aquí?
Sorry about that.
Ah, you shit!
Whoa! Close one.
Look what we have here. Whoops. You all right? What are you shaking for? Just close your eyes. This won't hurt a bit.
Come on. You're okay, kid. You can relax, kid. We're safe here. Go on. Suit yourself. You don't want it.
What do you want from me?
A little gratitude would be nice. I did just save your ass back there.
Thanks. But what's in it for you? I mean, you're a crook, right? You gotta have an angle.
You are one piece of work, kid. What's your story, anyway?
Look, mister. No offense, but I don't even know you.
Easily remedied. Victor Sullivan. This should be the part where you introduce yourself. Okay. Suppose you tell me what's so special about that ring.
It belongs in my family. I'm just taking it back.
Passed down from Francis Drake himself.
That's right.
I don't know how to break this to you, kid, but Drake didn't have any heirs. No children.
Well, not with his wife back in England, anyway.
Okay, good point. Let me see it. Come on, kid. If I was gonna take it from you, I would have done it by now. Thank you. So, what is this? Parvis
Sic Parvis Magna. It means greatness from small beginnings. That was his motto.
Yeah?
You see, Queen Elizabeth gave it to him in 1581, when he got back to England after circumnavigating the globe. That's when she made him a knight.
Well, you sure as hell didn't learn that on the streets. How's a kid your age know Latin?
The nuns sort of insisted on it.
So, like a boarding school?
It's a nice word for it.
Okay, then. So what was all that business with the ring and that astrolabe thing back there?
Why don't you tell me? You're the one working for him.
Look, kid. A client wants something, I obtain it. For a price. I don't ask any questions. It's just a job.
Look pretty friendly to me.
Yeah, well. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I'm fired.
Okay, look. First of all, that was no astrolabe. It's some sort of decoding device. Check this out. On his way around the world, Drake sailed through the East Indies. Only he says that it took him 6 months to get from here to here.
Yeah, so?
So it doesn't add up. He was way too good a sailor for that. It would have taken him a month, tops. He was hiding something. Something big.
How big?
Like secret mission from the Queen big. Like millions in plundered treasure that hasn't ever been recovered big.
That big?
That big.
And that decoder has something to do with it?
I would bet my life on it.
Oh, swell. And Marlowe's got it.
Won't do her much good without the key.
So it's a stalemate, then?
For now.
So you still haven't told me what your name is?
And you still haven't told me what you want from me.
Okay. Look, you got talent, but you got a lot to learn. You stick with me, and I'll teach you a few things.
Thanks. But I'm doing just fine on my own.
Yeah, clearly. What do you say we try this again? My friends call me Sully.
Nathan Drake. Nate.
Drake, huh? Okay. I see great things in our future, kid. Great things.
And they're gone. All right, lads?
Oh, God. Bet you were gonna put a silencer on that thing.
Sully, you got no sense of drama.
Right. All right. Well, that racket's gonna bring the cops any minute. Let's get the hell out of here.
Could have pulled a couple of those punches, Charlie.
What do you mean? I hardly touched you.
You headbutted me.
All right, all right. I got a little swept up in the moment. You were the one who said make it look realistic.
Better stay on his good side.
All right, Bright Eyes, look sharp. They're coming your way. Don't lose them.
Told you they'd take the bait.
How long do you reckon before they realize this is a fake?
Who cares? Finally flushed them out.
And now we just follow them back to their hole.
You do realize you make everything sound dirty.
I do?
Let's get moving.
Come on, hurry it up, Nate.
Shit, the filth.
This way.
What?
Come on.
Really?
Come on, Charlie, what's the holdup?
Yeah. All right. It'll all be over soon. It'll all be over soon. That's it all. Oh, that wasn't too bad.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Nothing, I'm fine.
That's blocked. Wait, we can get around this way.
Yeah, right. Or we could just use a little muscle.
Oh, there's a thought.
The wall's too high.
Here, let's move this thing over there.
I got it.
Put your back into it, mate. We haven't got all bloody night.
Yeah. Thanks for the help. Come on, move your lazy asses. All right. Looks like the coast is clear.
You should be more careful with your head, you know it.
Evening, lads.
All right, darling.
Looks like hell spit you two back out.
It was a thing of beauty, Chloe.
I went off without a hitch.
You're unusually quiet. What's up your bum?
Oh, well, Charlie seemed to enjoy himself a little bit too much for my taste. My ears are still ringing.
Oh, for God's sake.
Helps if you have something in between. Oh, looks like I missed out on...
It was very, very cathartic.
It's funny.
Do you have any trouble?
Nah, easy peasy.
And you're sure they didn't see you trailing him?
Not a chance.
So, which door's Scary Poppins hiding behind?
Behind that one there. The green one. They drove in ages ago and it's been dark ever since.
You think they're still in there?
Well, I haven't taken my eyes off it. And no one's gone in or out.
Think these are really necessary? I mean, it's not like they're expecting us.
Don't underestimate these blokes. They're not messing about.
We sneak up, just like that.
Yeah, fair enough. But any trouble, you shoot first and ask questions later, all right?
Man, I was sorely tempted to just pick up that briefcase back there and walk.
Yeah, you got a lousy poker face, mate.
Hey, trust me, that's nothing compared to what we're onto.
Yeah, well, at my age, a bird in the hand, you know.
Ew.
Didn't I tell you?
Oh, please. Look, I just hope you're right about this. Seems pretty quiet.
You think they're still in there?
Well, we're not gonna just barge in the front door and find out.
No, we can't afford to waste time standing here.
I'll find a way in, check it out. You three stay here.
You right up there? Yeah. Sorry about that. Damn it. Oh, crap. Empty? Wait a minute, where did it go? Where the hell did they go? This doesn't make any sense.
Give me a hand with this.
Yeah. Got it.
Does anybody see a car? Because I don't see a car.
I don't understand.
Damn it.
You sure this is the right one?
Yes, the green door, I'm sure.
Nate, we are losing time here. And that damn briefcase is looking better and better.
All right, come on. They didn't just vanish into thin air, right? There's got to be an explanation. Just spread out and look around.
They were here, all right. I can still smell the exhaust.
Tire tracks. Still wet from the rain. Looks like the car turned here. Hey, check this out.
Come on, you're supposed to be the smart one. What are we missing?
Oh, some kind of mechanism.
Yeah, maybe. 4 tires, 4 points of contact. Sully, stand right there. You two, back there and there. All right, everybody, on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
And?
Well, this has got to be it. Wait, it's the light. Sully, aim your beam at the wall. Like headlights.
Well, abracadabra cadabra.
Nate, just who are we dealing with here?
There's only one way to find out. We'll track the car. You head back to the van.
We'll try and stay in radio contact. I'll let you know when we get through to the other side, all right?
Wherever the hell that is.
Just be ready for anything. Might be a quick exit.
No doubt.
She's the best driver in the business, you know.
So I've heard.
Well, I think we agree this is more than a little weird.
Who the hell drives their car underground?
Oh, well, let me think. Someone who doesn't want to be followed. That's just a guess.
Smartass.
It looks like they bored straight into the old service tunnels. Hey, over here.
It's locked.
Not for long. Come on. We should be able to squeeze through here. think?
Lead on, McDuff.
Oh, for God's sake.
What?
Lay on. It's lay on, Macduff.
Can we hurry it along, please, mate?
All right, back there?
Yeah, you know, just not keen on the old tight spaces, that's all.
Just keep moving.
Oh, thank God for that.
Who the hell is McDuff?
Is there no bottom to your ignorance? What's that?
They're here!
Oh, yeah, nice one, mate.
Thanks.
What are you doing? Keep the silencer.
Okay, tunnel's right below us. At least we're still on the right path. Oh, that is a long way down. Careful, it's slippery.
There's more of them. Get down. Well, wait until they're close enough. Okay. Ready when you are.
Come on!
Jesus Christ, have you forgotten how to shoot? What the hell's wrong with you? Quit screwing around.
Hey, there's a passage up there.
And a ladder.
Yeah. Looks like it's jammed, though. Let me see if I can loosen it. Look out, here it comes.
Well done, mate.
Looks like there's some sort of gate up there.
Nate, give me a boost. I think I can make it to the right side. No, take your time. How about you, Cutter? A little help here?
Sure, I got you.
All right, ready? Pull.
Got it!
Okay, Charlie, come on.
There's the tunnel again.
That's too far to drop there. We'll break our damn necks.
Crap, it's a dead end. Down here.
Where the hell are we headed now? What in the world?
Charlie, who the hell are we dealing with here?
I don't know, mate, but whoever they are seriously weird.
Look at the ironwork.
Well, it's got to be Victorian, maybe older.
All this stuff's been rusting for a century.
Maybe we can get through here.
Oh, no way we're moving.
I don't think so.
Hey, wait. There's a counterweight up there. Looks like it's stuck.
All right, one of us should climb up there and see if they can dislodge it.
Good idea. Guess who?
Crap. I'm almost there.
That ought to work. There we go. Got it?
Yep, take your time.
through.
What the hell is this place? Oh shit, get down!
Good eye. Thanks for having our back.
Hey, there's Marlowe's car.
All right. From here on, no more guns. Hands up. Oh, hello, mate. We must have taken a wrong turn somewhere.
Yeah, is this King's Cross?
Don't move. Oh, well done, mate.
Atta boy. What the hell kind of place is this?
I've never seen anything like it.
Some sort of train station or something.
Yeah, but it's got to be almost 200 years old.
Jesus, just when you think things can't get any weirder.
1 second, I had to pause. 1 second, I had to pause. Looking here at this guide for treasure. I'm looking here at this guide for treasure. I'm looking here at this guide for treasure. Lines at this guide for treasure. Lines at this guide for treasure. I'll play for a little bit longer and then part two.
Shh, get back. Take them out quietly.
Nicely done, boys.
Come on. They must have gone through here.
Echo, echo, echo. Yep. Think I got to that point. Echo, echo, echo. Yep.
It gets weird.
Think I got to that point.
This stonework.
Echo, echo, echo. Yep.
16th century.
Think I got to that point.
This stonework.
Echo, echo, echo. Yep.
16th century.
Jesus. I'm gonna mute myself. That shit's annoying.
16th century.
I'm gonna mute myself.
What?
This place is really starting to give me the creeps.
Up this way.
Quietly, Nate.
Hey, over here.
No, seriously. Who are these people?
I'm not interested in your excuses. He was a loose cannon, and you should have known.
Yes, it is regrettable, but...
Not regrettable, sloppy. Your poor judgment could have cost us everything. 400 years of searching. Finally, Drake's secret will be revealed. What is this?
I don't understand.
It's a forgery.
What? That's not possible. I verified it myself. This isn't the ring.
Really?
I held it in my hands. I saw him put it around his neck. This doesn't make sense.
We've been duped.
Cutter.
Uh-huh. You men stand guard and stay alert. We may have been followed. You, come with us. Find them and bring me that ring. I don't care how you get it.
This is quite the operation they got going here.
Look at all this stuff. Ew.
Nate, focus. We haven't got much time here.
Yeah.
What are you...
My God, do you know what this is?
It's a book, mate. There's a lot of them in here. It's a library.
It's not just any book, wise ass. Belonged to T.E. Lawrence. You know, Lawrence of Arabia.
Yes, I know who he is.
This was mailed from Dorset on the day of his motorcycle accident. May 13th, 1935. They must have killed him once they got their hands on it.
They?
Yeah, they, them, whoever these people are.
Oh, what a lot of rubbish. It was an accident.
Witnesses saw a black car run him off the road.
Guys.
Oh, what? So it was like a big cover-up?
Maybe.
Nate.
What?
That thing that you have been waiting 20 years for?
Right. Okay. Here we go. L O H D N. Huh.
What is it?
It's long hidden.
What? Shush. No shit, long hidden. Are you kidding me?
No offense, mate, but your ancestor was a right arsehole.
Just shut up. It's an anagram. Golden Hind. The Golden Hind.
Drake's ship.
Yes. It's a clue. It's gotta be something hidden in this room. All right, spread out. See what you can find.
What the hell are we looking for, anyway?
The Golden Hind.
Could it be a model? Maybe a painting?
What makes you think it's even here?
It's gotta be here.
Well, it could be at Buckland Abbey for all we know.
What?
Buckland Abbey, it's a place you've never been there. Move on. Well, there's a chair there made from the wood of his ship.
Oh, shit!
It's a trap!
They're here! Take cover! My God. I was right. We went to Arabia.
Mate, we could use a little help here.
Come on, Nate, let's go!
What the hell are you doing?
Grab the journal and the cipher disk!
Got it!
The Mummy 4. The Mummy 4. Dracula. The Mummy 4. Dracula.
You're done.
Oh no.
Shit, they're everywhere!
Damn ambush! Cover me!
You got it.
We gotta get out of here, guys.
Keep moving forward. We'll find a way out.
Hey, look out! Oh, no! Nate! Shit, they're everywhere!
Cover me!
You got it.
We've got to get out of here, Nate.
moving forward. We'll find a way out.
No! He's dead.
Shit, they're everywhere.
Damn ambush. Cover me.
We got it.
We've got to get out of here, Nate.
Keep moving forward. We'll find a way out. All right. All right, I can do this.
Carter, where the hell are we?
It's the North Atwood Station. Come on. Cowards!
Oh my god, no!
He's finished. Look out, boys.
Can you read me?
Out of the station. No time to explain. We got.
Hey!
No!
God, no!
I could help. Up here, hurry!
Goddamn rats! Wait, the lock!
Back up, back up! Come on, come on!
Go, go!
Come on!
Get in! Go, go!
So then the guy says, well, you better tickle mine too, because now I gotta catch the goddamn thing.
Cheers.
To a job, well done.
Yeah.
Are you going to join us, darling?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the map proves it. Drake didn't screw around in the East Indies for 6 months. He sailed straight through and headed to Arabia.
Right.
But here's where it gets interesting. You see this mark? This is John Dee's signature.
Who the hell's John Dee?
John Dee, one of Queen Elizabeth's closest advisors. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, he was a great mathematician and navigator. Okay, way ahead of his time. He's probably the one who invented that.
Seriously into the occult. I mean, like a really creepy dark
Yeah, see,
way.
he signed all his letters to the Queen with this symbol, meaning he was her eyes.
The original 007, you see, look, 007.
Not really that relevant.
So it was John Dee who sent Drake to Arabia.
Yeah, it looks that way. Dee and Elizabeth.
And Walsingham.
Great, but what for?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And this is where T.E. Lawrence comes in. See, before Lawrence became Lawrence of Arabia...
Great film.
He was an archaeologist. And even when he was just a kid, he was obsessed with history, everything to do with knights and the Crusades. And he traveled all over, documenting every Crusader site he could find. It's all in here.
All right, you've lost me completely, kid. What the hell has this got to do with Drake?
I'm getting to that. See, after the war, Lawrence said that if he were ever to go back to Arabia, it would be to search for this place he called the Atlantis of the Sands. Now, the legend crops up over and over again under different names. Ubar, Aram of the Pillars, the City of Brass. But the story is always the same.
Oh, city of immeasurable wealth, destroyed by God for its arrogance, swallowed forever in the sands of the Rubel Khali Desert.
Right here.
Well, I like the immeasurable wealth part, anyway.
And you think this is what Elizabeth and Dee sent Drake after?
Oh, yeah. And more importantly, it's what Marlowe is after.
So, wait, if Drake was on a mission from the Queen to find this place, why all the secrecy? I mean, it looks like he went to a lot of trouble to hide whatever he found, even from Her Majesty.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
No, hang on a second, because if you recall the last time we went halfway around the world searching for a lost city, things got more than a little dicey.
Yeah, but this time we have the upper hand. I mean, look, Drake only had half the clues. Lawrence only had half. We have both. And Marlowe has nothing.
Small problem. The Rubel Khali Desert, 600 miles across. The Bedouin go around the damn thing.
And even if we knew where it was, which we don't, we would die trying to find it.
Just hold on. You see these symbols here?
Yeah? Looks like Sabaean
script. Right. Look, the Crusaders were searching for the same lost city 1,000 years ago. But out of all the sites Lawrence documented, only 2 are marked with these symbols. One in Syria, the other in France. No, you 2 are going to Syria. We're heading to France. Look, we track down these clues. We find Lawrence's lost city. I'm sure of it.
Well, and then what? How are we going to get across 600 miles of impassable wasteland?
It's in the middle of the desert. So technically, it'd be about 300 miles. Look, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
We burn that bridge when we get to it, eh?
Exactly. What do you say?
What the hell?
Let's do it.
End of the line, I guess. Don't. Looks like we're going the rest of the way on foot. What?
Leave it to you to find a friggin' jungle in the middle of France.
Well, we're definitely headed in the right direction. Chateau should be this way. Not too far. Come on.
Yeah.
Not too far. With you, I never know if that means a quarter mile or 20. Like that time you got us lost in Peru.
Oh, you really want to bring up Peru?
You are not still holding that over me.
I was 15, Sully. Should have known when I met you that I'd be in prison within a year.
You were headed that way all on your own, if you recall. Besides, I got you out, didn't I? Always get you out.
Come on, through here. There it is, just like in Lawrence's notes. Gotta have more faith in me, Sully. Of course, I don't remember this ravine being on the map.
Ah, they must have just put that in.
All right. Come on, we'll find another way around. Hey, is that a pan flute? This way. Watch your step.
Whew. I don't know, kid. You sure we're in the right place? This doesn't seem old enough to be a Crusader castle. Looks more like Renaissance to me.
You haven't been reading my books again, have you, Sully? Now, Lawrence says the original castle was built in the 11th century. The rest was added on later. Ooh. Oh, this looks sketchy. Ooh. Ah! Look, Sully, your first car.
Oh, man. That's a 1927 Auburn.
Yeah? What's this, Mr. Wizard?
Lawn art.
Pretty tacky. Now, the knight who owned this castle, Lord Godfrey, returned from the Crusades in the 12th century. According to Lawrence, all that's left of the original castle is the square keep and the gardens. If Godfrey brought any secrets back from Arabia, that's where we're gonna find him.
Try this door.
It's no good?
Not getting in this way.
I bet I can climb up through that hole.
Bet you can.
Let me guess, you're gonna sit tight, smoke a cigar again.
Yeah.
All right, don't burn the place down.
about that window above you?
I don't want to cut myself.
Nice going, kid.
Be right back.
I'll be waiting.
Oh, crap. Oh, that hurts.
Hey, kid, up here. It's chained shut.
All right, back up. I'll shoot the lock off.
Make sure that's the only thing you shoot off.
I said lock. You good? Okay. We gotta make our way through the chateau to the gardens. That's where we'll find the old keep. Oh man, look at this place.
Nope. Can't get it open. This damn beam's in the way.
Yeah, we gotta get some leverage.
Think you can get up there?
Can try. Wait, this'll work.
There we go. That'll do it. Be careful up there. Whole damn thing's rotten.
Looks like those chandeliers are on some kind of pulley system.
Yeah, must be how they lowered them down to clean them.
Hey, there's some kind of mechanism over there. I have an idea.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, you're crazy. Watch it. That thing's coming out of the ceiling.
Whoa. All right, here we go.
Right. Got it. There. I'm in. Question is, in what?
Be right down. Is that a popcorn machine? Okay, let's see if we can find a way to that tower.
Hey, Nate. Square Tower. Looks pretty old.
Yeah. That matches the one in Lawrence's notebook. That must be it. Nice.
Thanks.
Yeah. Looks like we can get through here.
Yeah?
Yep. Oh, come on. We got it.
Watch it!
Whoa. Thanks.
Hey, Nate. Isn't this the same symbol that was on the tower?
Yeah. That's gotta mean something, right?
Maybe a secret passage?
In a fireplace? Kinda on the nose, don't you think?
Yeah, too simple.
Hey, check out these suits of armor. Wait, Lawrence made a note about something like this. Yeah. Here, see? 4 knights. With an axe, a shield, a sword, and a morning star. Just like the ones in this room.
Maybe we gotta turn each night so it's facing the right way.
Yeah, but what's the right way?
Must be some kind of trick to it. A pattern. Well, well. A secret passage.
Okay. I'll push, you pull. On 3, ready?
Wait, 1, 2, pull, or 1, 2, 3, pull?
Just pull.
Got it. 8? Hey, you all right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll live. There's no way I'm getting back up there. I'm gonna head this way. Just meet me on the other side.
You got it. You be careful down there.
Right. Hope there is another side. The hell is that noise? I should be able to get through here. Hey, light. It's a good sign. Oh, thank God. Way out. All right, I should be able to climb up through there. Piece of cake. Oh. Oh, crap.
They're here somewhere. Hunt them down.
I gotta warn Sully.
something. Found a body over here. There's someone here. Over here.
It's finished.
Find him! Son of a bitch! Hunt him down! Take cover!
Steady, Nate, steady.
Flush him out.
Jesus, they brought a small army.
You're through!
All right. Ah, thanks for the gift, boys. Ooh, didn't see that coming. door's locked. I have to find another way in. Maybe through here. Marlowe brought a goddamn army!
I think the bus just got here.
This'll come in handy. This'll help. They must have followed us. It's the only way. No.
He's finished. Where the hell do you think they found us?
They must have followed us. It's the only way.
It's gonna blow!
No. Tower's right there. Gotta get inside.
All right.
Up this way. Come on, Sully, give me some help with this door. All right.
Well, which way now? Now.
I'm not really sure.
Why don't we try going down?
Hey, look at this. What the hell? It's one of Talbot's men.
Was. But that's impossible. They just got here.
Yeah, but what could have happened to him?
I have no idea, but I sure as hell don't like it. Hey, look at the tiles. Sabaean script.
Yeah. Doesn't say anything, though. It's just nonsense.
Anything about it in your notes?
Yeah, I think so. Seems to be an order to the symbols.
Yep, I fucking missed one. That's what happened.
Hey, look at the tiles. Sabaean script.
Yeah. Doesn't say anything, though. It's just nonsense.
Anything about it in your notes?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, the tiles depress when you step on them. I'll stand over here so I don't step on any by accident.
Good idea.
Maybe you gotta walk across them in a certain order. That's it! You did it!
It's pitch dark in here. Want to give us some light?
Sure. Whoa. Looks like some sort of laboratory, doesn't it?
Yeah, this stuff's got to be at least 400 years old. Hey, a little more light, Sully.
You got it.
Seems to be an alchemist lab. Wait a second. Does this place remind you of anything?
Yeah. Marlowe's creepy hideout, now that you mention it.
Sully. Sully, this is John Dee's lab.
All the way out here? In France?
Well, he must have traced the clues back to the Crusades, just like Lawrence did.
So I'd have to go restart this fucking game. Or this mission. Because it won't let me go back. I think I have to restart the chapter to get that one fucking treasure that I missed. I missed only one. I was aiming for all the treasures before I even began this game. That was one of my intentions. I knew I was going to need a guide because there's no way in hell I'm going to find them all by myself. So. But now I have to hope that I can go back and hopefully I miss no more, and then I can go back and get it through chapter select, if I recall. I beat this game before, many, many years ago. But yeah, so but I don't remember shit, and I never collected all the things, and never played it on crushing difficulty until now. I beat the first two on crushing difficulty, and I believe I found all of the treasures, and I don't remember if I found all the treasures in was it Drake's Fortune, Uncharted 1? But I know that I finished and got every single collectible and, you know, and mastered the hell out of Uncharted 2, which I believe is the one that's... Because, in my opinion, I still think Uncharted 2 is the best, is probably the best. I'm going to replay Uncharted 4. I like Uncharted 3, but I think Uncharted 3 is a little slower, or at times is really slow compared to Uncharted 2. So it's like, but it picks up later on, if I recall, is why I gave it below Uncharted 2. But I think Uncharted 4 took it over Uncharted 3, if I recall. It's been so long what I of everything, but yeah. So 2026 has a shitload of things that are on the horizon. I can't just sit around and play games all the time. So, but I write, even though 90% of it will either get thrown in the garbage or stolen, because I'm an idiot and might put it online or something. So, which I haven't really done much of lately. So, posted my ideas or notes like I used to. But, yeah, so I plan on going to, I don't really have a fucking clue. I do have a clue, a sense, and I'm just going to go from there. I can't do everything unless a fucking miracle occurs. I could with, like an infinite bank account. Sure, I could do a lot more shit. I'd make a lot of people happy if I had an infinite bank account. But anyway, we'll see what happens. It's not easy. You got to go through a lot of shit. There's a lot of obstacles that are all man-made obstacles. I mean, they're all human obstacles. It's not the weather or anything like that isn't in the way. It's everything else comes with, the limitations, that are created. So it's the gatekeeper thing, which is very real. A very real puzzle to solve. Um, it's not easy. Just need good people in your life. Everybody does. I unfortunately am only lucky to come across really good people when I travel, and then they, are more like acquaintances, and nothing ever comes from it any further than that, which sucks. But good times, but all on timers, which makes it like every good time was a bad time because it expired. If that makes any sense. It sucks. The expiration date fucking sucks, and a lot of times if you pay attention, you could see it before it even happens. I think like a lot of people probably don't want to see it and that's why it makes it easier probably if you don't see it. But my stupid ass uh, will read a movie before I watch a movie, before the movie even comes out, stuff like that, and it doesn't phase me when it comes to movies. It does, it's not going to change any difference of. It's just going to speed up the emotion that I would have while I'm watching the movie or after I watch the movie. I'd be having it before I even watch the movie. Same thing with humans, like interactions and time periods. When you can see greatness, but also greatness on a timer, and it's a lot of people don't. It's not about staying. It's like honestly, nobody's ever stayed in my life, and I see people who have that, and they're blessed because not everybody has that. I would love to have that, but I don't. Um, so, but there's a lot of things I would do if I it's how awkward this might sound if I was allowed, because I don't have all the, I'm not the one that has all the resources. Like I would, love to give things away for free as well, but it's not, up to me. I don't have I don't, so I don't know, but it's see what happens. Because I'd also have always wanted to make movies and stuff like that too. So it's a lot of different things that I have on my mind, and I have visions of things, but you can't make stuff, you can't make films, you can't do stuff by yourself. It's impossible unless you're using AI and you learn how to use AI. Then maybe you could do things by yourself. But if you only do AI, like if you have no friends, you could probably make some pretty awesome AI movies, I guess. But and then have the rest of the world hate you because you're using AI because you don't have friends. That's right. But stuff like that. But it's not easy. I'll tell you that. And it could be, but it's the way everything is, how it's played out. And yeah, I would be lying to say that it's not all human made, because it's all human made obstacles that, and you don't might not even know it, right? Some people might not. It's possible. Some might. Um, but I don't know. Maybe in the future, the jackpot will be for me a hell of a partnership that will last forever. Because when I'm online and meet a lot of people online, that's a different, because I don't get the twisting mind fuckery when I'm in the real world with people. When I travel, people aren't like that or haven't been like that at all. While at least as an adult, traveling, when I have done that they're not like that. Like I get online, I could be talking to somebody online and open to talking to strangers, and the next second I know, it's like they're twisting the conversation into like, oh, can you like give me money and shit? And I'm like, you know what? It's like I'm stumped, and they'll even tell you like confess the times that they have. Like, it's like, what the hell? It's like, I think there's both AI and people that are getting clever and clever online, and that sometimes it's they'll try to convince you that they're going to be your friend, and then you instantly hit those red flags when they're like, go into like, oh, what's your credit card information? Will you buy me this or that? And and it's just like, uh, is that what modern friends are becoming? Is that the new identity? Is it like, am I missing something? Like everything's turned into a profitable gang or game or something, It's just like it just becomes exhausting and easier to not have friends. Especially, well, if that's what the modern day friends are, then I really don't need friends, I guess. I do need friends, but if the world completely became like that, you know, living in a ditch, and they probably wouldn't help me. Because like if I gave them everything, it's if I just kept giving, it's here in New York, it's a blizzard, give them, my roof, give them my food, my clothes, and all my money, and just keep giving and giving, and then end up sleeping in a damn snowbank and trying not to die, trying not to freeze to death, right? So that's the thing, is like I think it really gets to that. Like it's hard to tell who's genuine when I think it's one of the worst things. Like someone could be genuine and ask for money. Possibly, I feel like that could be a thing, but then it's like, how do you sort out the liars when so many are very good liars? It's just getting bad. Because if I had all that money in the world, if I had like all the government money, for example, I would try to make as much things as free as possible for people. I think like if you have the means to do it, why, because in a lot of states, one particular, I've seen this Somali thing, but I slay the hell out of that name, but which is clearly a psychological tactic as well. I is what I see, but I also see a potential. It probably does have a potential money scam, but there's so many scams right now alone that it's the fact of awareness. And I think like some people just don't care. And some do. See what I'm saying? Like I think it's those who want to know the truth and then those who don't. But then you're in a more of a leeway leverage if you have a lot of money, right? To be able to be okay perhaps with scammers, because it's not going to really affect you as much intelligently, I guess, if that's financially. But for people who don't, they can get fucked over. I don't really, the name brand thing, I mean, there's sometimes shit that ain't name brand that tastes better in the fucking marketplace, right? So it's like, and if you ask me, a lot of food in general is better from farmers and straight up than going to the supermarket to get 90% food, right? So I kind of get the idea of why some people do what they do. But I think, like, it's not for everybody, you know what I mean? There's an idea behind it, and I think people have the right to know. I think, like, honestly, everybody that pays attention realizes that scamming is not a new thing that a lot of people have done for many, many years, or before I was born. Even it's been going on with as well. But it's the thing that it's only a scam, I think, if you don't know you're getting scammed. I think it really kind of becomes, isn't that the thing though? Is, how does that work? If you look at a product, and because I have no desire in, some, I don't know, what is it, name brand purse or something, like not, and none of that stuff appeals to me. I live in New York. I've never seen anything. People of the status of watches. I don't want to watch any, no matter what the brand is. I'm not interested in owning a watch. It's just me. Like, I don't see the point when we have technology in this day and age to do it, and it's better for me to remember it myself. But I also have technology, so it's like all this extra stuff is, I think it's more on someone else, maybe, if that's what they're into. I am not in the market for anything that I've ever seen being sold. But I have seen many times people trying to get money out of people, or me in general, online. I've never had that issue in person, because I see instant. Well, that's probably why, because it's easier to see human interaction in person. I remember one time someone like, oh, I want you to listen to my CD, and I didn't really even really care if I was going to listen to their CD. I was not getting their CD for me. I was getting the CD to help them out, right? That's how I was looking at it when someone handed me, oh, you listen to music, help me out. But they're like, oh, now they want money, and I'm like, oh, shit, I can't do that. In my current position, I'm surviving, and as I've been told, sometimes I look homeless myself. So it's like, I'm wearing hoodies and shit, so it's some of them are like only like $20 hoodies. So from stores, and, and so it's like, it's, I don't really, I think, like, if someone doesn't have an understanding or a mindset, I think it really only affects people who don't understand it. Like, I could walk through it and it not affect me, right? But it can affect others, and that's true. I do feel like there are people, because we're not all exactly the same mentally speaking. But that's a different thing. Like, people want those things that I don't want. See what I'm saying? I would much rather have they come out and someone's like, oh, you want that, like, see, I'm also PC smart, so it's like I can build a PC, even if I, don't build a PC, right? So it's like I'm not always doing one thing, but I have the intellectual knowledge in knowing how to assemble a PC, so I don't actually have to go and buy a PC that's made. I could make it myself or find the parts. And I know that there's, the future is not bright for RAM and shit like that. It's that, I could see that stuff, but not everybody else. Not everybody can. There are lots of us who can, I believe, but not everybody is what I'm saying. Like I notice these things, but I understand that not everybody does. And for my likes of material objects that I probably sometimes feel like I shouldn't, because it's difficult, because we're talking about multi-million-dollar companies, right? And at least billion-dollar companies, and in Microsoft's case, is trillion, and a couple, not as many trillion-dollar companies, but a shitload of billion-dollar companies, and it's it does kind of feel like you got to be their friends and hope to God that they actually are, like, because that's a lot of the things that I'm into are actually what billionaires are into, right? So it's like, or people that aren't billionaires. So it's like, or where things are going, like, where's the next chip, or, and where's, software, I used to say before hardware, like software before hardware back in the 7th generation, when generations were a commonly known thing. Now in this day and age, it's like it still blurs the line. It's still the question if generations really even exist, right? But it's not in the same way. No, of course they don't. If they do, they don't really exist in the same way. I mean, I remember an era when you couldn't put a dockable device into that, and now it's different. And I think there was a time where I thought handhelds weren't categorized as a console, but if they can be consoled, right, it technically, yeah, it does fit. It's an education, right, is what I even received on that. A lot of people, because it technically does, and it's, the moment it's dockable. But the same thing is that if you go back, it's just like we didn't realize that the PSP could have been categorized, right? Even though it wasn't on a dock, I still hooked that thing up to my TV, right? So it's with cables back in the day, the PlayStation Portable. And so it's like, it's hard to keep everything, too, through my experiences. I have had more things than I probably should have. I don't know, it feels like, because I can't run a museum, okay? So if that makes any sense. So at this day and age, I still don't keep everything that I get, but I manage it a lot different than what I used to. Back then, I would keep until I was forced to lose it, and then I would have to get rid of it. One really fast happening was a fire that I was in many, many, many years ago. That was like, I don't know, 2012 or some shit. It was forever ago, but it took almost everything. And then so it's like I have been in that position, as a lot of other people have. I watched one recently with water damage, and seeing that had a change of, someone's life situation because of housing payments and charging and adjustments. Like, the luxury is, the moment that something happens, you have to adjust for things. Sometimes there's pros and cons of renting, right? And there's pros and cons of owning. There's more pros of owning until they're not. If it depends, I think it depends on your financial situation. But like, when things go down, but like when you rent, you don't really have to worry about those financial situations, I didn't. I had to worry about dictator situations, like a lot more of other psychological things. Like if I lived in an apartment, for example, it was easier to rent a house or a trailer or something like that where it's away from people, because like you have either I don't have any problem with noise. I've lived next to very noisy neighbors and never reported them once. But if one night I somehow miraculously had friends come over, right, and we had a party or something, and of course it's going to be loud because it's, right? So that's the thing, like you don't really get those. It's harder to avoid harassment, people like from the police and shit at times from noise complaints, right? And for someone who doesn't do that or didn't do that to anyone else, having it done to me, and living through that. So yeah, but it's difficult. And then, I've always seen the cons of it. And I think sometimes, like, through my experiences, it's like, what's the cheapest and nicest? We're always qualified. It's not what was the nicest, but also what was more going to cost less in the longest run. Is how I still sometimes look at it, because I have to look at it that way, or I'm not going to have no freedom. I'm going to be freaking an enslaved, doing millions of things that I hate to be able to get what I want and then not even be able to enjoy any of it. See, I think that's how it stacks up, is you have to figure out the balance. That's, I went traveling and living van life, which I have done. It was amazing. I loved doing that in my van that I no longer have. But when I did that, I couldn't do other things. I was limited at the time. Now technology is even more advanced, so it's like, I might be able to. But one of my favorite things was waking up at the beach, right? Like when you roll out that door and you're there. It's hard to explain, but it's just, the feeling is amazing. Like there is such a greatness of living on wheels, and even more when it's a beach. I just roll out of bed and get on with my life. Now, all this tech stuff, I didn't have any of it, because I didn't dare even take one thing with me when I did my trips, every time I would do it, because I felt like it's hard to just have one thing and then you're going to want more and more and more and more, right? And like you're going to want all of it, because it's like juggling. It's like Hannah Montana, trying to maintain the best of both worlds. Good luck, because I couldn't figure that out in my build, but I couldn't figure it out how to do that, so I just decided to give up on technology while I did those trips. And overall, they were great, but I think it would have been better if I had someone to do it with, for sure, because it gets lonely. I've been in situations where, like, damn, I know someone out there would love this. And it's like, but yet I'm doing it by myself, right? So I don't know. It's interesting. Right now I rent a room. I went back to doing that again. Not a bit. I find it cheaper to rent rooms than it is to rent a full apartment like I used to, or to rent a house. If I find something where someone's like, oh, a roommate or something, and if I think it's affordable, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just as much as getting an apartment. You might as well fit the bill for the apartment by yourself, true. But sometimes you can, I rented an attic once, like an attic. And the only thing and that attic didn't even have a kitchen or a bathroom. I actually had to go downstairs for those. This place, I have, I have, I didn't need a kitchen, by the way, up in the attic, because I believe for everything, because I didn't have a mini refrigerator, but I could have, and stuff like that. But I guess I could have figured out things, but I didn't really do any of that. But here I rent, and it includes my own private bathroom. So it's like that's not always the case, right? So it's like when you are sharing, when you're splitting the bills with roommates. So it's there's pros and cons, and this I think is a benefit. I actually enjoy having my own bathroom, but stuff like that. But the only thing I share is a kitchen. That's it. So, in this current, what do you call it, rental situation, it still feels like it's still, could I do better? I think anybody could if they were given the opportunity to do so, but I think I could also do worse, right? So I would much rather be living in a luxurious, being able to be doing van life and having access to both worlds and stuff like that. Like that would be like heaven, right? But the thing is that I'm not really living, the chances of having it all by doing that, honestly, it would be an RV or something. Probably, you could probably get it all by going an RV. But I owned an RV many years ago. Most RVs are way out of my price range, so I might be able to get a small one. But that's kind of defeating the point. I could soup up a camper van, right? Or somebody could soup up a camper van that's almost the same size. So I don't know, but it's I don't know, but it's weird. It is. But that RV was pretty cool. It was old. It had a lot of problems. I think I was 17 when I had that RV, and it barely ran. It did, but couldn't do big trips with it without massive issues. But I remember I had installed heat in it, separate format of a heating system because the winters got so cold in there. So, but that was forever ago. Life changes, you can go from cycles, and it is like I've lived a lot of different lives, but I think like my life could be different if I had was one of those blessed people who had a partner, but I've never had one, so I don't know. I've been either by myself or I guess if I had help from my foster family a couple times, but that's about it. So things like that, but occasionally, I might get lucky, but I don't know. So I don't think I've ever had a friend though that has, that's why I find it weird when people are like, "Oh, you give me even just $100," and be like, I'd love to, but I don't really think I should." That's my sense. But I don't really, I'm questioning doing it, especially when it's online. They're getting craftier and craftier. But instant red flags are if they don't video chat you, if they won't even dare to, there's so many things that you instantly are like the instant things, but that doesn't stop everybody. And from trying to pull stunts. I never fell for it unless you count a school friend that I went to school with, and then I helped them out, but I don't think that was a scam though. I think that was just me being over generous, so that was my own fault. But I put myself in that situation. That was because there was a fire for that. Now, what happened later on, because California fires, that was what that was for. So I helped out a family, my friend's family, during one of the many years ago, not the fires that happened, those big Juan Diego. I was able to move to San Diego, California, and and I had gotten stuck in though, at the time I felt like my mind was just constantly working. I was going deaf out of my right ear. A lot of shit was going on with me, and I wanted to leave. And the moment that I was like, I gotta leave, I remember feeling like it was suffocating. I couldn't, it's like I didn't know what else to do, and they didn't make it any easier. They were like very, very negative about it, and let's put it that way. But I didn't know any way, and I couldn't keep working the job that I was getting, because those jobs were miserable. And it was my only source of income at the time, and I was being fucking screwed over by that. So, and I'll never forget, like, there's some things that are just that some people just can't do. You put yourself through hell. I put myself through hell. I started to break in mentally in those positions. I couldn't do it. That's the thing though, is I was doing probably really good at work, but then I would come back from those jobs. Remember feeling like I now was doing, a babysitting job for my friends' kids, stuff like that. I no longer, I was living a life that I would have loved to have, but it wasn't mine. But I was also living a life that I didn't want to have at the same time. Like they were blending in together, right? So, I don't know. But, I've been in all sorts of situations, and I was told us, like, basically I was paying to be a third wheel or some shit at times. I don't think they're wrong. I think they're right, though. It's just like I'm, some reason, just started to defend, probably people I shouldn't have. But I don't know. It's hard, it's not easy when people at times and make things difficult. Need a miracle. I could talk too much, like if I this here. Funny thing is, it's like the moment I It's like happy to talk, and then it's like then I keep going. But you know what? You know, characters are easy to play. Not Brandon. Brandon sucks. Okay, but then like transform into a monster or some shit, or horror stuff is easier. You know, it's might not make me any friends or scare everybody away if I put on some of those characters. You know, I start writing about something, and I get to know the traits, and if I let the traits in, I start to become the fictional character. That's great and all if you're getting paid to be an actor, which I'm not. I just have the ability to do what they do, except for I'm not always in the environment, right? So stuff like that. But in directing, and I've seen things that you get glimpses, right, where you're like, you know, but you're like, oh, great, cool, I did that. That's awesome, right? It's like, or imagine if I don't know, like I could do even more, or something. It's they're always like moments and moments that aren't guaranteed to be immortalized. Um, I stored a lot of things, probably online somewhere. Instagram was one of them before I'm a Robot, and then someone else's name comes up under my cell phone. So I don't know. I got exhausted with trying to get my Instagram account back, and just like I was like, I don't really need it. So, why do I need it? I don't know, but good question. And because it wasn't really helping me anyway, I was just using it more as a data collection thing to store a lot of things. I wasn't using it the same way as everyone else. But so it's definitely different. Meta, I don't know what's going on with them, but I sure enough do think that they probably have a lot of, like, it's not a perfect system, and I'm not on the phone with Facebook or anything, and maybe that's my problem. Maybe I should, if I want to get it back, I probably could, right? But I don't know, I kind of just like lost the energy of, if that makes any sense, to pursue it. I mean, first of all, it was going nowhere as if you're looking at it as a following. I had, I follow more people than anybody could probably even keep up, and I would follow a lot of people, and I would post a lot, and then I would uh, debate in my head whether or not how I should write things online. Like, I literally look at my written ideas and be like, what if I take this part and like post it? And when I look at it online, it really might look like it's out of context, because like my idea is like, oh, I don't want to put the whole thing, but what if I scattered it, all over my posts, right? It's how it originally started, and I do remember doing that, and that was actually from my own universes that I had. A lot of it, from my imagination, and from my child. I usually write things in novel format. I wrote that one actually in like a and um and and I remember kept changing it throughout the years, but it always, like, originally started out the same, and then it started to change, and I kept changing it so much. And what was that about? was it 8, 9, 10 at the time, writing this, and where was this coming from? Wasn't watching anything like that. So I don't know, like it was called The Demon Diary, and it was about a world, it was world building and developing characters. And I remember chapter 1, The Devil's Mistake, and stuff like that. And, it was very, like, biblical, right? I mean, in a way, when how it started off. And then later on, I started changing names out. It was no longer the devil. It was, started coming up with different names and things like that. But I realized that where a lot of my first stories started off, like the one that I consider to be my first really big one that really stole my mind for a long time was this was a world, not even a whole universe, but it was a world that had time periods as in reaches, like in telephone calls, but telepathically, but it would be the telepathic reaches of the time to that world. But I don't know, I feel like it's old now, it's my new obsession is probably like MC3 and, or things like that I know, but I also, that I understand, but I also don't understand at the same time, if that makes any sense. There's universes, and I think like a lot of times, like with companies, things don't have to make sense for them to sell, but my mind goes into if I'm not careful, it will go into, I need to perfect this. I need this to be 100% a puzzle piece. And, when I'm looking at stuff like that, and it's like, and I'll keep finding things wrong and changing things until it is right. But it's easier when I look at someone else's work. Sometimes it's not easier, but sometimes it is. Marvel is a really too easy obsession that could ruin my life or create my life if I'm not careful. But it depends on the invites, which I have never received, so I don't know. But but I can see things in the comics that have never been done. We get a lot of movies and sometimes reboots of characters, and not just the Marvel Universe, but throughout many. And it's somehow a lot of stories and characters in the comics never get the attention or light of day. And I watch where there is an audience that seems to be really cinematic mindset more than comics and books. So it's like, and they might not have a clue what any of that is, right? So I know, for example, Marvel, I have a different view in emotionally as well when I look at like X-Men Fallen Angels teams. I try to explain Fallen Angels to my birth mom and her friend on the phone once. I remember when I was on the phone and they thought I was talking about the Bible. I was talking about Marvel, and they could not, I don't know. But there's different, you have the Fallen Angels, like the Misfits Fallen Angels, and which is an entire different team lineup. And then what I call the comedy side, the more upbeat, like really 80s at the time and even 90s vibes coming out of it, right? So, when you look at that side, you have Boom Boom, Ariel, Gami, and all them, which is a completely different team. Yet the Fallen Angels is also used over with the supernatural side. Now, the comic that I have here, even though I've read the other as well, that I find to be funny. Like, I like the other one for comedy and for action sequences with comedy, but this one that I have here beside me I like for like the supernatural elements that go to this deeper level that I don't think could be done correctly unless you are about the soul. Like it has to be soul. A lot of that Marvel stuff has to be soul if they're when it comes to the connectivity. You try to solve the bloodstones, for example. The are connected. They all come back to similarities, the soul gems. You know, different names, but it's but in a way, like there's a story arc where they will go on the five, and it's they have Phoenix Force, and then there's the Phoenix Five, but they also have five Bloodstones. So I'm sure there's other stories out there where the number is changed out. I can only recall a story of five Bloodstones. It's been a long time, but I know like I remember them connected to the soul, to to soul stones, soul gems, what they call them. So, and being connected to a lot of stuff that was supernatural, and there's the Invincible Iron Man, and the trailers seemed to. Didn't go watch Avatar, but I read into it before I watched it because, like I said, I read into things before I watch them, like almost every time. But it's and I see things like some could say the Severus Snape effect, right? I could see the emotion and the mindset behind the Doctor Doom that they sold, that they already sold in the ads, in their trailer, right? So that Doctor Doom is screaming that it's really Iron Man, right? That there's a mission behind it, that a breaking point. That would if you read things and the soul of characters, you can ask the question: did the Russo's Iron Man soul, as Tony Stark being dead, see everything come to a great awareness and the supernatural, in the afterlives, and to this conclusion where he has to be Doctor Doom because he can't see any other way. And did they mesh that idea with the Doctor Doom from the actual Secret Wars comics, the one who steals the kids and takes them, I believe, to Valhalla in the comics? But I almost question if I don't think it will be Valhalla in the movies, but it's because I feel like they'll be saved. Like that's a different arc that should be more with Thor, but but at the same time, there's so much stuff that you could go in layers with Soul. I remember people like they couldn't, they go on. A lot of people that were associated with the films were admitting online that they couldn't think of a original Blade story. Like, because you don't want to copy the older ones. That's true, you don't. You want to, but the thing is like, but it's really not that hard. Like, why is it so hard to come up with a story when it's easier when you're actually working on a puzzle piece that could connect to something else and you're not, building everything else in it where that everything you plant in this film can grow into another. It doesn't have to like grow instantly in that film. So when you're building like Blade Vampire Nation, which was the one that I was thinking about, this, a lot of the story plot points are already done for you in comics. Now, this is cinematic, so you're going to want to treat it like a puzzle and connect it to what your plan is, right? So it's not going to be identical. Obviously, it's not going to be identical to the comics, but it's going to share similarities and connections and and be reformatted to fit the narrative of what comes next or what they're planning to come next, which I think everybody knows is is the I think it's the X-Men stuff. Like I do believe the mutant stuff is probably going to be the loudest that in all the teams. And they never really done an X-Men Evolution full arc. They never done like the Phoenix 5 arcs. They never done Phoenix Force. They never done the Fallen Angels, Misfits, X Force, X Factor. I mean, the list goes on, and even the list that I just said, the small list I just said, has variants and not complete different. And I think, like, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if somewhere down the road people either give in to the old branding that has already happened, or if they dare and have the courage to rebrand, like, or basically go, because they seem like they didn't with Thunderbolts, right? Like they really went for a different variation of the new Avengers, like it was its own thing. Like they didn't really have faith in the Thunderbolts branding, right? Which it has completely different teams. True. What the movies that you have to think are like variants in themselves, and I find it hard to not care more about certain performances and characters a little bit more that make me overlook some bad things in films at times. Like if I really like what one character does or something, I get it. Sometimes it makes it easier to look past other things. But I do understand, like, sometimes it's not like they've done anything wrong. In this case, I don't think there's anything wrong with Thunderbolts, but the only word I had was the things that they didn't do, will they ever do them, right? And be able or be allowed to do the things that are wicked cool in the comics, that I wonder where their minds are at when it comes to even action sequences where, you don't want to ruin the story. But the thing is, like, I don't believe that the multiverse should end. That's my opinion because I feel like if they went that route with Doomsday and Secret Wars, it would feel incredibly rushed because we didn't even get the best multiverse and stories. Deadpool and Wolverine was the best one with multiverse. And probably the only as movies go. But and so it's like looking at that, it's like, it's almost like what happened to where X-Force was cool and to the point, like, what's X-Force to now, will X-Force ever exist, right, type of questions, like things like that happen. And if it's like, if you hear things online like budgets and stuff, and like, oh, we can only use 4 characters, right? That's what I heard for the next Deadpool team movie. And the thing about that is it works more if it's a Deadpool movie, I believe. But if you're doing a team, you might really want to really, really think more about the soul of which characters you're really going to put on screen before you do them. Because I think, like, some people might be setting themselves up like they did with Taskmaster. It was obvious as day that Disney wanted nothing to do with that character, and the character's not even that bad in the comics, right? But they made it out. He's not, that character's not even that, isn't, I'd say the character has its moments, but it's not a lot of the moments of Taskmaster that I liked was, I understood the ability to analyze and become, but I always knew that this was not a very strong character. this was more of a psychologically disciplined character that Deadpool made fun of, for example, and as well. And I think like, that's, it has its time. And I think like there's so many different arcs. Like I think like obviously if you're looking at powers, like man, what is her name? The character who could phase through things. That's a power set, right? That when you're looking at just the power itself. But then you look at characters that don't have powers, and as well, and where you balance all that in, and I think like I think if people aren't allowed to create things, and it becomes there's pros and cons of less creators working on let's use the MCU for example. Pros are if they fuck up, it's their fault. They actually really fucked up, right? And if they don't, well, then they just created a really good puzzle piece where it connects, or stuff like that. Or even if they don't, they could still, be Minecraft. Minecraft is a brainless movie, that is advertising a video game that is far better than the movies can ever be. But, right? Like most video games are going to be better than movies. It's just a fact. Like you look in and when it comes to what more you can do, right? But at the same time, it's, when I cannot help to look at that movie as an advertisement. I watched Minecraft, but to me, it's not like something that I look at and I'm like, oh, I'm sure those actors, hopefully they had a good time, stuff like that I'll look at. But like at that point, what did I think of the movie? I think it was an ad. I can't, but I don't know. It felt like, to me, like an advertisement, but it's, but I don't know. But, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it definitely is not something like, oh, want to go to a universe and actually, connect things and go crazy with it. Like, I don't know about that. Like, I don't know, like, with Legos and stuff. Like, I think the Lego stuff is, in Minecraft they're funny. They got their sense of humor. There's things there, but it's not like, it's not at the top of my list of like, what I would be looking at a lot of times. But like, I don't know. It's interesting. I think it really depends on where my mind goes. I think how I choose to read into things. And sometimes, like I said, I'm reading more into the actors than I am the story. And sometimes I'm reading more into the story. And I'll wonder things and how far I go to pursue the knowledge. So, but one thing's clear is I can't watch a movie or play a game without dissecting it. Right? So, or even listening to music. I can't even listen to music, especially if it's words, people singing words that are easier to understand, like English is my right would be, so what some would say. So my first language, I don't know. I'm weird. But I think like, there's frequencies and there's sound levels and I know how to play something at sound at times. I've done it before and I still do it to this day on TikTok even every now and then. Like I'll like look at like, well, look at where that went. And I'm like, well, that's very weird, but that's like kind of like sometimes it's about creating that weird atmosphere on purpose, right? So it's, or transitioning what sound effects, are going to match that. And sometimes I do it better than other times. Sometimes I feel like I did a very lazy job on some of it. But I don't know. But I kind of get the idea. I guess, but not financially though. Like I said, I make zero money from for having a mind that can dabble in many things. And I think that's part of my problem is I go from music to movies to video games, and then I have to ask what's better at times, and it's like one can get left aside over the other, and and juggling all that is I don't know. That absence is a team or team member or some shit would be nice, I guess. But I don't have that, so I don't know. But somehow to take a lot of that stress off if I were to dabble even more into that. But I think the world is in a I don't know, and the world is going to be different for different people. I think people can look at it differently. So it's difficult to say. Like, I feel sometimes I'm not reading into things for myself. I'm trying to read into things through different perspectives, right? It's to the point like it is easy to lose myself. It's almost like I don't exist, at some point. And it's a interesting absence because where someone might say, well, what do you feel as an individual? And I might not be able to register it at that moment because I'm too busy trying to think of like where the vibes and the energy of others are going to be. And I could see moments, even if they don't connect with everyone, still moments, like even if the puzzle, like I think it has to connect like a puzzle, I know it doesn't have to always connect like a puzzle to gain a massive uproar in the movie theaters, right? Like certain scenes sometimes sell the whole damn movie for some people. That's true. The rest of the movie doesn't even have to be good, right? Just some audiences, it's just a moment that will really, really sell it, and they make it clear. They make it clear because they'll take over the theaters, perhaps a little too much at times, if you pay attention. So that scene sometimes is all it takes. And I think, I don't think that's gone. I think that's still very much real and very much alive. And I think that Avengers Doomsday could do the same thing with scenes. And I think, people will go crazy. Let's say the movie started off, I don't think it's going to start off like in a ditch. I don't know. But let's say we did something weird, and then it went in and it was like, oh, boom, and it's like hit this moment. And it's like, okay, well, it took a bit to get to that moment, but then it's like, oh, that moment was strong enough, though. See what I'm saying? And that's what's going to last. That's what a lot of people are going to take back from the movie, is their moment a lot of times. But, I think stuff like that, it's interesting because people look at characters. Someone asked once, please participate in who's your favorite Marvel character. And I felt like I didn't know how to answer that because when I feel like I should say the actors sometimes, right? But then I feel like because they're real people, right? So, or the creators who created them. But it's and sometimes I don't even know who created certain characters, or I'll forget who created certain characters after I learn them, and then I feel guilty. But I've talked about several characters. I do talk about characters that are not necessarily actor. There are actors who have been associated with several of these characters, but I'll sometimes disattach from the actor and go into just the fictional character. But sometimes I do have a very specific image. For example, magic, a lot of times, I still associate with Anna Taylor-Joy, like, knowing, like, feeling like she could really bring that character to life even more. Stuff like that. Like, there are images that do pop into my head, but I also think of, like, I also have a universe in my head that think of other people who could also play that, like, a surprise, you know, someone else has cast it, right, to play that character that could bring that character to life. So I feel like my mind, when the moment I think about a character in the Marvel Universe, it becomes a multiversal the moment I even put my mind into the character. It becomes a multiversal thing that I don't necessarily have control over, right? I do not own these IPs. I am not Disney, right? These are obstacles because I don't have control over any of it in the end. I really don't have a say. And if I get my voice told through, it's just because they chose to let my voice go through, right? The same thing for everyone else. If they listen, they choose. Microsoft is usually one of the really great companies that does that, is known for at times to listen to their fans. I don't think any company is perfect and always does, but they do listen to feedback and at times on things. But I didn't make them do it, right? It's the fact that they chose to give voice to certain things that I had absolutely said. Microsoft actually is I mention Microsoft because it's a company that I do feel like has listened to me quite a bit at times, I'm a lot of times just reading into things, but and so I understood the pros and cons of dividing fan bases and stuff like that, and where you can get rid of negativity perhaps, but you also could split fan bases and make it more difficult there, at times. I get, like, there's the Halo, let's use their IP, where a lot of people, I'm not the only person who feels like the story ended with Halo 3, right? The main, there's a part of me still to this day that looks at, like, okay, well, that was really the finale of something. And you look at that and you're like, what's the wow moment? Halo 2 was a really big cinematic wow moment. And I wasn't even living in that moment. Well, I didn't even have it on access to it when everyone else did it. I experienced it way after they did and still was able to be like, yeah, well, I get it. Like Halo 2, I received it late, but I understood it, why it was so big. I didn't get into Xbox until the 360, so not that I didn't see original Xbox. My first impression with original Xbox was my cousins fighting over one and not letting me touch one. They'd be like, they just like, if I don't know, like, or this one family had one. I watched a bunch of guys in a room, and then I studied, then that one guy's relationship ended in a really, really awful way because what happened to his girlfriend. And I was a kid, and I'm still able to pick up things like that, and saw, like, certain people that had how Halo touched their lives, and I was never allowed to play Halo though at any of those houses. I wasn't allowed to play Halo until I had had an Xbox 360, my own. So, that's my first experience. at least when I was around people who had PlayStation 1s and 2s, or PS1s actually more, they would let me play the PS1. I didn't have a PS1. I had a PS2, but I didn't have a PS1, but it wasn't like the Xbox where people were like, nope, can't play it. No, I wasn't allowed to play the Xbox, but at anybody's house. But I was when it came to the PlayStation 1, which a lot of people seem to have. I remember people burning games for the PS1. I had an aunt actually that would download, I think we'd download PS1 games and put them on a CD and from the PC back then, and there was ways of, it was a lot different, back then, I remember bootleg PS1 games, a lot of them, and they would run on the system. But I don't know. But you look back at a lot of things, and there is the I didn't own a PlayStation I for my PS2, or I might have gotten one and not realized it in like one of the bags that I would be like, where'd this come from? Or someone just like hand me a bag, like a bunch of cords a couple times. But I might have had one, but never really hooked it up or used it. But I did use the eye in gym. I remember in was I in 5th or 6th? I don't know. I don't know if I was in. I don't know if I was in middle school or elemental or whatever at the time. But I remember my gym teacher. And it was a smaller class at the time, not one of the bigger schools. It was one of the smaller schools I went to, and that one where he brought in, I cannot remember his name, but I remember that he brought in the PlayStation Eye, and that was our class for the week, if I recall. Or on the days, use it as like during a week for like, and gym was like every other day. So some people got to use it more than others, I guess. Like if they had like 3 days, or some probably only got to use it for 2 days. But it was accessed for like a week, if I recall. It was available, and it was our gym class. At the PlayStation Eye. I was a first adapter for the Xbox 360 Connect and Xbox One Connect by it just being bundled instantly. Like I actually went out my way for the 360 Connect. So, and I had one of those, and I remember, using it. And I remember being around certain people where people really enjoyed, like, I remember my sisters actually playing, and I rarely ever seen them play video games. They played the Xbox 360 Connect. So, I remember, and so, there was that, those moments, but I also remember it being in people's houses and people being like, mostly with the Xbox One, I think I heard a lot more complaining than the 360, despite that the Xbox One's Connect actually worked better than the 360 Connect, but yet somehow it got more complaints than the 360 Connect. And one of those was probably because, people were paranoid and all sorts of other reasons that are probably realistic. I mean, there's CIA people that have coming out and admitted that they can hack into your fucking TVs. So and be able to turn a speaker into a microphone, right? So I, so I don't really care. I feel like privacy is not really a worry unless you have a sin, like you're right, or something that may not even be bad, but you might think like right, like you're doing something bad. I kind of like get the idea where someone could think they're doing something bad, but not necessarily considered. But then someone might think they're doing something good, and too right, and they might not understand that they're doing something evil. But I think like if there's one thing clear is through my experiences is that a camera has the opportunity to force everybody to be honest, no matter what. There are, you know, uh, it has that, no exception kind of thing. It has a, like it has the ability to be something, and I think at that point it becomes more of an intellectual thing, knowledge for people. And could you be in a situation that or something? I have never been in a situation with camera, where things were bad in my favor. Cameras actually helped me out at times. The absence of people destroying footage in that one school actually hurt me. So it was like the only reason I had evidence was because I had marks all over my body. That was it. So I took photos from when I like, and there were cameras that recorded that, but they somehow were like, oh no, they, all of a sudden, they're like, no camera footage, they got rid of it. It's, and if I didn't have people force me to take photos of my body all destroyed, there would have been no evidence at some point. Plus, this whole school somehow wanted to get rid of it. They had decided that it was not good in their favor. So, yeah, I have been in really bad situations, but I'm not the only person. And it's like I feel like I lived a lot. I remember at times that, my mind is so freaking different. I would go off in my own fictional world as a kid, right? And sometimes I wouldn't care if anybody was watching. As an adult, the older I got, the more I started to worry, like, oh man, people are gonna think I'm crazy if I play pretend or something, right? Or go off in this, and I started to die. But I did a lot of things that I remember, going outside or even doing it inside at times, like mostly mentally, going off into my own world and having to pretend or projectile things into the real world, where you could say I had director's vision or something. Like I did it with things that sometimes it was Pokemon or or someone else's stuff. Sometimes I was creating my own stuff. I remember visualizing Pokemon in the grass out in my yard, as a kid, right? Where I had Pokemon so burnt into my head and living situations. Or I would be looking out a window in a car and say, to I remember the negative stuff sometimes more than I should than the positive, and I don't really want to say any names, but I look out the window and say, can you, imagine if like a dragon was on the side of us, like following us, or like our trees and shit started getting ripped out, and or something else was running down the road following, you know, it was just imagination, right? But then being looked at or something like that's fucking, you know, they're like not connecting whatsoever with, you know, with the driver or the passenger, right, of the vehicle while I'm sharing this information, right? It's like, it's almost like, you know, it's like I'm insane for having an imagination. And I was not even 10 years old. And you know, I remember my first birthday. I do. I'm pretty sure I do. I remember glimpses and my grandma's voice and someone else. It's distorted and images, but I was, you know, here being called the Smurf because it was comparison to blue frosting, and it was blue frosting. I was in a high chair. I remember fine details of the frosting and the cake because it was also all over me. I was wearing it. So, and I was so happy being buried in the cake. I don't know what, you know, I was just so happy and so ignorant, you know, just I didn't have a clue what was going on, but I remembered that feeling, you know, of not really understanding, you know, but yet being covered in, you know, in blue frost and it made people laugh and it was funny and stuff. I think getting older and realizing, you know, my first girlfriend, for example, I did this with when she was sad, I would try to make her happy and I realized that sometimes hurting myself would make her happy. And I look back at that like, wow, that was fucked up. Like if I had to like pretend to get hurt or do certain things, but I also had a lot of people where they would start to manipulate that. Like if I were to, you know, in a moment where I was trying to help other people in that fictional way, I didn't have, I don't know, but it exactly the same as, you know, I probably had moments that seemed pretty damn close to other people, but there's so much. Sometimes it feels like a lot of confetti full of memories on each pieces of things, like multiple lives, multiple moments in life, and how fast a good thing could turn into a bad thing, or a bad thing can turn into a good thing, and going through those cycles, and how other people can have more power over that than others. If you were different, you know, you'd get like rude awakenings, like that there was a motive behind a mindset or something behind people and you didn't know it, right? You were going to be more, I was more deceptible to it, or I think is the right word, right? Where I, you know, despite being ignorant, I could be happy, but there weren't always people that were going to, right, like always make it a safe environment for someone who is in that mindset, right? And I understand like the horror and drama, the trauma that comes with being naively fun, you know, not knowing or understanding why you were even laughing while you were covered in blue frosting, as an example, right? For me. So it's, you know, and being in that state of mind of complete, I didn't have a fucking clue what was going on. I could just feel, you know, I remember like other people making fun of me and joking around and laughing about the frosting, and I was just like laughing and giggling. You're right, and that high chair, and this little baby covered in blue frosting, and I lived that. But then it's like it's something when you watch other people go through other things, or you get a glimpse that reminds you of what actually happened in your childhood or something. I don't know if you ever had that. I've had that where I've seen that on social media more probably than real life, but where I see actually like, wow, that, you know, if I were to be like, that's almost identical to a scene in my life, but it's not, obviously it's not identical, but it has a lot of similarities, then I might be coming off like a fraud where I'm like, or something like I'm trying to steal someone else's lifestyle or something, right? I don't know. And then I think at one point in my life, I remember saying, like, feeling like maybe saying great minds think alike wasn't good enough or something. And I thought like maybe it was supernatural. I remember having that mindset. Where it's like maybe aren't that supernatural minds or something and moments had shared um, shared experiences, perhaps is what it is, just at different time periods. There's so many things, and I think like what is you don't know and you worry about things. I do believe like there are concerns because people know that evil exists, but don't always know who is evil, right? Or who has them. You know, if you're around someone who comes off to be the nicest damn person on earth, and then you watch it change and you're not paying attention, it really makes you think like you have to be a know-it-all 24/7 or you're going to get fucked over, is what it kind of like feels like it pushed me in to. I couldn't read. But I wasn't really forced to be read. I was like, I don't know, like one teacher was really aggressive. Like I remember, like, cause he just could not get my attention to read and got very, I guess he did get violent, but I remember too, I don't know, kindergarten reading or some shit. I remember him grabbing me by the scruff of my shirt and putting me up against the wall, saying, "Listen, you gotta listen, and you gotta, shit like that." And I was like, "Well, whoa, that's, you know, he didn't hit me or anything, but he sure did pick me up and put me up against the wall, and like, because he got very angry with me." I remember that reading teacher did that to me. I couldn't, I couldn't even focus on 90% of it in my mind, and it sure angered him. But so yeah, so I know like and no one actually ever taught me how to read either, not in school. That's the thing, is like I never learned that in school. I learned that starting with this will sound crazy as shit, but started with my obsession over J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter books and a little help with Jim Dale cassette tapes at the time. So, and following along and pacing, I would pace a lot with my Walkman. I would just fucking pace back and forth with my Walkman on. And it would drive so it would drive people nuts at times in the house. I remember, and then I just would pick up these books and I, taught myself how to read. That's where the seeds of where it all began was Harry Potter, with J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter. So, maybe I would have learned, I would have obsessed over something else in a different timeline or in the future, or if that never happened. But that was what was available, and that was what taught me how to read. Pokemon really didn't teach me how to read. Pokemon grasped my imagination before Harry Potter did, where I latched on to someone else's IP and visually speaking, I was seeing, but like it wasn't, you know, I remember these sensations and sometimes feeling alone, wanting to do these, like I remember being like misunderstood or something, be like, let's go catch Pokemon or something, and like, with what? What the hell are you on, kid? It's like, what are you saying? And it's like, almost like I want someone to share in on that experience. And, it just wasn't the same. And I think at some point in my life, it reminds me of movies. For my whole childhood, I found it so hard to watch movies by myself. I could barely sit through movies, and I remember even as a teenager and as a young adult still having that problem where I was not so disconnecting from movies. I had watched movies without ever knowing what the hell I was watching as a kid, right? Or in things like that, or in broken pieces and things like that. Sometimes all the way through, and didn't see what other people were seeing. If someone else was seeing something else, or but I just remember being like, "Will you watch this with me? Will you watch this with me?" And being like, I would beg my birth mom a lot of times. I remember even be like, Mom, will you watch this movie with me? And she'd be like, have to find time to watch it with me. And then she stopped, and she, at some point, and I would look for someone else to watch movies with me and shows. And I was probably in my 20s by the time I, really started to adjust to watching things more by myself, like going into that, because now I'm in a different mindset where sometimes I would rather watch a movie, but that's how it is. In a way, it's sad. I feel like that I had to take so long to evolve into the preference of watching a movie by myself when I didn't start off like that. I started off with not being able to watch a movie without somebody else. I wanted other people to watch movies with me. And I was, people say in your life, you are not going to watch any fucking movies ever, or something, or you rewatch. So it's like, at some point you're like, fuck it. You have to figure something out mentally, and it changed me. I think it did, in a lot of ways, change me. Where I went from needing that to not needing it to preferring to watch them by myself at some point. Like it's so, there's a sad feeling about it for sure that I feel like it creeps in if I let it. But it's like learning to be alone, it's you could have it eat you up from the inside out. You can have this dream of like, oh, falling in love, and all this other stuff, and have really bad communication. I remember sitting down with many different girls that I thought were attractive. I had opportunities, but I didn't understand at the time that somebody else had their brains. It's like, and I realized, like, wow, later on you're like, well, so many guys were inside these girls' heads that I had went to school with, and a lot of them you find out were actually adults, or placing a lot of the influence, and we were in the middle school and high school, and it's like, well, holy shit, you're right. You start getting that and realizing what's going on. And people think it only happens at Nickelodeon, right? Or whatever, but it happens if you're not famous as well. So, and in some cases, it's, it might be worse because you don't have an outlet. You don't get, you aren't lucky enough to have a voice. It could be worse. So, it's, but, I understood, like, I remember one popped in my head. I remember sitting with this one girl that was high school, I was in middle school, and trying to understand that her boyfriend was making fun of her, and looking at that, and I look back at it like, wow, he was really manipulating her is what was happening. And I remember like having a crush on her, but like not being able to explain it at the time. I remember being in those positions where I was around, but not knowing how to explain, but in a way, do I think it would have mattered? Maybe if I knew the right words at the time, I could have broke through and created a opportunity. But at the end of the day, I probably would have never pursued her, and the corruptive guy would have, right? The guy who was seeking and doing all the damage. And so there were things like that. I think, like, even if I did have the right words, it wouldn't have mattered, is what I'm saying. It wouldn't have mattered. It would never have happened, regardless. Damage was done, not by me, but I didn't stand a chance. But I had rumors before realizing that a lot of these rumors weren't actually. Some of them were true. I don't know if all of them were, but I found out like some of them where my first girlfriend was cheating on me when I wasn't around. So I remember things like that and not wanting to believe it. But I also put a lot of work into the emotion at times. I remember seeing her sad and not always knowing why. And my first instinct was to make her happy. So if that tells you a lot about my kid self when I was in my first relationship. So there was things like that where I didn't ask her what was wrong. I had no idea what was going on. I just wanted to make her happy, and it was, and sometimes getting hurt, especially later on, it made her laugh, and for certain like signs that I missed where things started to get darker, you could say, and not really realizing that something had taken, I don't know, hold of her internally or something for sure. Now that I look back at it, I could see lots of damaging signs for sure, that because I wasn't always around. I wasn't always around. I a couple times had to fight my father for the weekends, to be, and then like my biological father, and so when he started actually showing up, right, and in some ways, I blamed him for a lot of the starting because I couldn't be on her weekends as a kid because she didn't go to we didn't even go to the same school together. She was just the girl next door when I lived in that situation. I was only going to that house for that time for her. She was only going to her father's house for me at that time, and I believe that to be true. Because I remember her not liking her father. So, and making that very clear. So, and I look back at that stuff, and, it was, and it does it just, it feels so like it didn't stand a chance, devastating. And like I felt like I was, it's different now when I look at it because I realize I was not, intellectually there entirely understanding everything. I would go on a mission or something, right? To like, or be in a set mindset to, and eventually the missions of helping just, I guess, no longer mattered. The whatever else was going on was just way more powerful, and the divide, um, and I remember seeing her a couple times as an adult, and a couple times, and so and getting doesn't sense like, but that was a long time ago when last time I saw her, but but like that some there's signs that things there I think there's some things that stay with people, and if you pay attention to the signs, they do sprinkle into people's lives every now and then as choices, um and I feel like we both had people affect our lives, and we both affected each other's lives, is what I'm basically saying. So, knowing that it will never be, it never will be, it's, and, I look back at it, the little boy that I was crying his eyes out the moment that I knew. It was like, I didn't know, but the moment I knew it hurt even more when I finally knew. It was such a weird breaking point that I hit something and not even knowing, or maybe I'd be like, was there another way, or missed something, and but it was, and how I went about it, at times that I really go about it, could have done something different, and better. And I think the answer is I didn't have the mind, that I have now, and so I do think like at that time I was, stupider for sure. But now it's, and it's, naive. It's, ignorance is bliss, and you don't understand. I think overall, someone said to me, you don't know what love is. I remember hearing that several times from adults. So, and that, love chemical, infection, deep infection, and being like, well, wow, okay, so blind love is always bad then when you live in an intelligent government, because you could get fucked over if you are blind. That's literally my first starting impressions on once I started studying what trying to understand what the fuck love was. I went on that dissective of the word, right? So, you start to learn, like and it goes into a psychological. I think it made me smarter, but it also if I wasn't careful, I started disconnecting. It became easier with the wisdom to create characters, and also no longer like where I remember, like I'd be like, let's play, like we're going to Hogwarts with one of my school friends, and he'd be like, okay, I'll be Ron, you be Harry, and I'd be like, no, I want to be myself. Why can't we just be ourselves? I remember thinking, and like going to Hogwarts and like creating these different characters. That was my first role playing of the Wizarding world, and it was not being one of those characters. But as I started to look in, it became where I was actually was able to become fictional characters, where I wasn't really, it became easier to become fictional characters when it was harder to become fictional characters, where it would take me longer to get into the role of a dragonfly, which was my first ever freaking play I ever did, and it was in a school. Like a performance in front of a class, not on stage. I think some school, something about going around the world or something was my first stage play, but and like actual theater play, but or something like that. But I can't remember what it was. But it wasn't my first performance in front of a crowd. It was in a classroom, and it was something about insects and a pond, and I don't know. I was a dragonfly. I wasn't even the main character. I was just in a way, it reminded me of Johnny Depp coming in and playing a weird character that isn't really necessarily the main character, but has an effect on the main character. But and that was my first character, was a supporting role character. So, and getting into that character was a lot harder, at that time. But later on, it became, getting into other characters became easy. And then Jim Carrey said it one day I watched the interview many years ago. I watched this interview and I was like, and parts of it spoke to me. And I was like, yeah, like, who the hell am I? And I think that's a very good question. When you go more into it, it does feel like I don't exist. It is very valid. I think and it's like there's no pain, there's no hate, there's no love, there's no emotion. It becomes a creation, and it depends on how open you are, because that's the thing. Like, there's pros and cons of being open, because then you are craftable. But you got to be careful who else crafting you, right? If you do it that way, but if you're letting someone else shape you, but I understood these things, and it, what scared me was I wanted true love still out of all those years. I felt like I was missing, and that how could I have that if I don't even exist? If I'm not careful, I might not exist. If that's what takes to succeed, I would succeed career-wise, that I would be living the dream career-wise, but I don't think I would be I don't know. I don't think I would be dating my co-stars, or if I was, I'd be in the messes of timers. I'd imagine I'd be, some part of me would be dead inside, while another side of me would be so alive at the same time. So, I don't know. I think it's interesting, but that's the hold factor. Is I don't think the hold factor really exists, and maybe with a director's mindset, but as an actor, in an actor's mindset, it's harder to. I think if you're really good better at becoming something else, and you go down that road and your mind starts to shift like that, which I didn't start off like that, but I started to let my mind become like that, and then I don't exist. And the pros is, I don't know if it's a pro. Feeling everything in nothing having the ability to feel everything and nothing, and then learning to regulate your emotions, to instead of having them regulated for you or not knowing. There was certainly, it's like, were people more intelligent in how they were and how they shaped their families for success. The ones that were able to break through had guardians that would at least help them break through or something. Yeah, I never had a guardian that would help me, like at that level. Even if I was, I think I would have been manipulative full time to have that even stand a chance, which I wasn't. So it's like I would fall, I would disconnect from that ability. And it's like, well, if that's the ability to get movement, like you have to get movement by being evil, it's like that really tells you, like, you really don't have people in your life that actually want you to succeed. They might have an image of what they want you to be and stuff like that, but it's not yours. It's theirs. And a lot of it for me was damning. If I would have went the road of what a lot of my parents, and I even did actually entertain it and go down that road a couple times, and I would be in absolute hell. I would be worse than, I'd be way worse. I think, like, it would shape me into to a, like, at least now I have a chance for my dreams. I don't think I'd have a chance. I think I'd be too far gone. I think my mind would be, like, destroyed under so many designs that weren't mine that I might not actually know how. Like, I think sometimes people don't understand that humans can get so buried where be like, well, yeah, you can get out, but you don't know how to get out. And I think sometimes they forget. And like nobody's giving them the answer at times how to get the dream. And sometimes it's like maybe they, it's true. Like what, who you don't really want evil. And if I were evil, if I had evil, I would want it out of me, right? That's how you should look at it if you do have flaws. Going into it is, who makes you a better person, things, because if you let in evil, it could corrupt the whole industry career, and I think you don't want that. I wouldn't. You want to protect it, right? So you have, to figure out, I don't think it doesn't mean like, oh, I can't hire this person. Like I would hire someone if they had like, if it was manageable and I knew that they had something, I would be like, yeah, okay, well I can help, I would try to help them and to no longer having that, but I think you have, have to be aware of it to be able to help more. And I think that's why it's so important to have health care in every single career on earth. Not paid. I'm talking like people that are actually willing to help people for what is good. But there's nurses and doctors though that are evil. So I get it. It's a lot of times people just figure shit out later on, and so it's my interpretation. What's worse is physical. I think you try to figure out how to help everything. I think sometimes it's difficult to figure out how to help everything. So it's like you have to figure out what can you help with or try to help with, and will it help, And so to think like, am I even a hero? What I mean, because I sort of feel like personally I have no hero abilities, right? It's sometimes it's like easier to, I don't know. I mean, I have been in hero positions. I've helped people out, but at the same time, I don't. I could let the feeling in, like, yeah, great to help this person, but I don't really know. Do I really know? No, I don't really know. I just hope that it, wasn't taken from them by somebody else, or or something, and or shit like that. So it's, I don't know. It's complicated, I guess, in certain situations. When you are forced to put your mind into knowledge, it can change you. And I was in situations when I was a kid, where I remember my having bullies and how I would respond to certain things, and ignorance, where I left people who didn't bully me across the river with my bullies, and like how inconsiderate I was, but ignorant, right? I took a bridge once out of vengeance and disconnected the bridge and left them on the other side of the river. As a kid, I remember doing that and thinking, like, after they, the ones who did bully me and beat me up, and like I was thinking like I was doing revenge, right? Or, and but then being naive, like, I let them fog me. I let all of that take over my brain, right? Where not all of them, and that's true. Like, when I did that stunt as a kid, I was also punishing people that didn't hurt me. See what I'm saying? And I was not just punishing my bullies. Other people got affected by that. It went over the line, the design. It's like, I mean, I guess nobody really got hurt, but at the same time, they had to take the long way around, right? I mean, there was a long way around, but God forsakes if they had to quickly get over across. I didn't destroy the bridge. I just moved the bridge, or disconnected it, and moved it and left it on the side. On the other side, I remember doing that. And I also remember that there were it was a group, and not all of them were my bullies, and I let myself be blinded by that. It was so powerful, you know what I mean? It's at that where you just don't see anything but vengeance, and that's why I think that, I remember that feeling. So you have to be careful. You have to be intelligent. I think, like, that's the thing about, there's fully grown ass adults that make matters worse. War is stupid, obviously, but then it's turned into this intelligent thing because there's people out there that are making it intelligent, and there's motives, and people are preying on the good side of people, right? Like, you could be good, but someone else could be manipulative, right? About it. And I think we see signs with that, with government, but I think as Americans, we're supposed to be the voice that, we're supposed to make our leaders better, but it has to go outside, because it's not just our government, it's obviously other governments as well. It's like, it's not a perfect government. It's naive to say it is, and neither is these other ones that I have studied. I've never found a perfect government through all of my studying, so I don't know. But maybe I missed something. But but I I doubt it. I think there's a lot of issues and world stuff, and I think I see a lot of it. It's you want to save the world. I think if someone wants to, they might have. You have to be like, what's your view of saving the world? And I can't even think of how to save the world unless I could see and know everything, right? I feel like you have to be able to know everything, or how in the hell are you going to even be able to actually save the world? If you can't see or don't know, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm like, and that's sometimes where I run into the privacy. Things that are designed, something to protect, sometimes feel like they're not. They feel like they're helping, dividers. People will be divided. It's, if anything. So it's, I don't know. But I feel like I've just said something incredibly bad in a lot of people's mind. Maybe they just don't know yet or something. But I feel like, how can anybody, if you can't know, if you're obscure, there's obscurers. Even if those obscurers are designed to protect people, and even if there's nothing going bad behind it, like what we would say is evil, we still can't see. We still don't know, which still is a vulnerability more than I think it's. I think it's how, if I were looking at it as a good person, I would be able to save the world. But if I was looking at it through as a villain, it would be a tool to divide and conquer the world. I would be like, hey, they're idiots, they're privacy. If I was playing that character and looked at it like that, the villain is going to have an advantage, and then, so it's like, and I asked the question, and I wrote it down a couple times online, even like where maybe there's a tragic need or push, because something that that's hard to say the need, because it's like you don't want it to be a need, but maybe there is the need for a villain to end all villains. But that's the sacrifice. Then that villain, right, would have to go down with the villains. That's some Jesus level stuff. That's a sacrifice that I don't know if very many people are willing to make. And it's not even going to guarantee. It doesn't necessarily guarantee. It just makes it, you have to make, I think there's a lot in play that you really have to be about knowledge. And I think it could really, really destroy the individual who takes that on. I don't think it would be an easy thing to do at all. I don't, it's just, it's and you can't just do it. You have to really know, right? So it's like that. It's going to, or you could be doing something that's only gonna help on a timer. Like I would imagine, like that you would have to solve it where it would never happen again. You want something that's permanent, that's immortal, not mortal, right? I think everybody that is good should want to be able to have right? I mean, what is the most important thing that people probably want? Free will, but you have to be careful maybe for those who want power. What is there, people that, should anybody want power? And what kind of power are we talking about? Or there's, if someone wants to make a movie, they should be able to make a movie, right? As long as it's not hurting anybody, right? That's how I look at it. So how, or someone wants to do something, I think, but then as a character or playing a fictional character or something, delivering a performance that the fictional character is experiencing pain, but the actor shouldn't be experiencing the pain. The actual human that's bringing it to life, they just have to be able, knowingly that that's a fictional character because it's in a movie or some shit, right? So, like when someone's suffering, their character's suffering, it shouldn't bleed on to the actor, is what I'm saying. It shouldn't actually, the actor shouldn't actually be suffering because of the character. First of all, it is supposed to be a career that gives life, not take life. Too. So it's there. It's supposed to be a trade. But that's the thing, right? You can have see a lot of things, but that doesn't mean anybody's gonna ever let me in. I realize like there are, people that don't even know I exist. Some of them might, but I guess they would have to know I exist first, right? Like I wouldn't mind being an actor and a director and stuff like that. I know I have the ability to do it, but what I worried about as when I was younger, and I still kind of do as an adult, is will I get, you know, will I be able to get true love out of this? Like, well, what I want out of it is a wife, and uh, to get married, and it's like it sounds crazy, and why, does it sound crazy? Because the characters, I'm the worry that I might not get hired unless I'm fake enough to get the role, because the real me at the end of the day could probably never get the role, and if he had a happy wife, he'd have a happy life, live that happily ever after and get that dream. I don't know if it gets any better than that, having a partner, you know, and I guess having maybe a lot of people, like a lot of friends, are bonuses, but that won't ruin like ruin your relationship and stuff like that. It's concerning. I, I get it. You people you never meet in your life, and you're like, well, and you can have visions and be like, well, and then feelings for people you never meet in your life. I think it is a human thing. People do it all the time, through the screens, movies. Some people just don't study as much as people like me, I guess. Some, I guess it's either a pro or a con that I look into things more, perhaps more than others, and then which could be a con, especially if I'm not looking into enough, right, or something. I don't know, but I don't know, but I have had celebrity crushes, which are all that could be categorized under parasocial. I've been devastated over and tried not to be devastated over somebody's happiness. I have felt that. I remember one in particular on social media finding out the news, and I was like, why am I feeling heartbroken that they're happy or she's happy, right? And it's like, I never even met this. Like, why am I letting myself experience this, this feeling? Where did this come from? I've never even physically met her, but somehow I'm like devastated, right? Over like, oh, they're married, and you go down that, and you're like, wait a second, that's a hell of a dream. And yeah, I'd be a hell of a dream. I'd be in heaven if I feel like I would be, right? But there's a lot of, that's what I'm saying, like, when you look at something, there's something to parasocial, I think, I've looked into this word, and I think, like, in a way, every human that's ever been at least once into entertainment and I don't know, a lot of people I think have had it at some point in their life, a celebrity crush, right? I think still could categorize as that. But is it just that, or is it something else? And I think it is something else. I think there is something else to it that even science probably hasn't really found the right words to explaining it, because sometimes I think of the paranormal and how science really seeks to debunk, spirits and stuff, and it's so yeah, I think there's a sense for sure that of some kind of something that breaches, that goes through a person and hits them, and they may not know the way. Sometimes it's sad because it's like seeing heaven but never being in heaven. And you're right. I mean, the more ways in, especially acknowledging it, I feel like it could definitely soak in and take over if you're not careful. Like the fact that that heaven is a dream, but you're not somehow living the dream, right? I get it. I get it because I've lived it. I've felt it myself. I'm just very good at thinking of every possibility and leaving myself open at the same time, but also probably sounding like I'm not always open or too open. So I think I have to be open for even the chance to even present itself. I can't close myself off because of threats, that may exist more at other times, but I do believe I need to at least acknowledge or learn, about how to prevent those negative things from not just entering my life. Sometimes I worry about it, like from entering others as well. But I don't know. I think it is it's very divided, until it's not. It's like one universe meshes into another. It's a meta. One second you're in the Milky Way, the next you're in the Andromeda Galaxy, and you're realizing like you're more happy in the Andromeda Galaxy than you are in the Milky Way, but yet you're in the Milky Way Galaxy, but you're having more fun in the Andromeda Galaxy, right? You're in heaven in the Andromeda Galaxy, right? That's just an example, not necessarily, but could, it's fictional worlds, I think playing pretend gives people, without a doubt in my mind, gives them an opportunity to experience the death of self and the life of multiple selves, different characters, and how they could be connected to oneself and also not connected to oneself, and deciding which roles are for them. Because I think sometimes I've been in a situation where I think I have to be the role more for others than for myself, right? Too. I kind of like feel that. Like, a clown is easy. I see it. I've even had a director reach out to me thinking like, yeah, you could be a clown. You know? But what is the clown for? What is the point of doing horror movies? I think I have to be in the mindset that thinks that it's going to somehow help me also, or I don't have to be in that mindset and be like, I will do this for a cause, right? I think doing horror as a both, I think I would go brain dead. I think I'd be in an interview probably, and all my intelligence would disappear because I wouldn't know what the fuck, how to describe it. Because it is a mentality, like if you're playing the villain and stuff like that you transition into and you're delivering that performance, there ain't really room for like true love or anything. You're right. So it's like you're a character way over here that you're playing and you're doing so well, right? But I would imagine no one would want to marry me. I feel like I'm the villain. Why do you want to marry me? Why do you want to be with me? You know what I mean? It's like it's hard to comprehend. It makes me stupid, I guess, is what it does. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's what I need to do. Maybe I should focus more on horror stories. Maybe my Scarecrow is not even someone else's IP is not really a bad idea. Actually, even I don't know if they'd cast me. There's a really good actor out there right now that probably would beat me in the casting. But if somehow I didn't, I got casted, sure, I'd play Dr. Jonathan Crane. I would actually, put myself in the mindset as much as possible to, to become that. I see a lot of yellow. I do see a lot of corn that pops in my head, but I also see the question of what type of mindset do you want that character to be in. I think of Dr. Jonathan Crane of trauma and the manifestation and the conjurization of it. Where when I look at fear, or anything in general, I guess, but in this mindset, you cannot conjure what isn't there, but you can manifest what isn't there, right? Like if you could crack the code to figure out how to manifest something, but what made a mind so vulnerable that was so empowered by a single emotion, or a doctor that became more obsessed over a single emotion, which was fear, which deems him worthy of the yellow ring, which I think would, visually would be fun, would be cool on screen. It's not. I don't know if it's a comedy. Like some of the stuff feels like it's comedy, but that they're doing with the Green Lantern, and I'm not entirely, But I don't. I don't think I'm the Green Lantern. I don't know. I don't know, maybe, but I doubt it. I think I'd be a better at traumatizing myself from ever getting in a relationship, playing a villain that guarantees that I never get true love. As fucked up as that sounds, but I think I could do it and regret it afterwards. In a way, I might get a lot of money out of it, but probably wouldn't get love out of it. I highly doubt it. I don't know. It's hard to see. I don't know. There's people out there that like really bad people. I would just be bringing to life a really bad person, a fictional character. I thought about how very well I do on with monsters in general. So it's not just Scarecrow. Like I understand the feeling of looking in a mirror, thinking like, "Wow, that's an ugly fuck." Looking back at me, and then having to shape my mindset on it, like realizing like, shit, like I have to either have dark humor or do I have to shape this into something else? And I think um, I think 90% of horror is mostly visual. Like if you watch horror movies, like if you pay attention to begin with, so it's like and like I don't think it really is that psychological. I think you don't have to make it as psychological because if you look at like clown stuff, what makes people afraid of clowns and stuff like that. It's more of the mystery. Like it, for example, is I think is I look at that like that is something I do look at as a multiverse, a cosmic entity that is connected to another entity that's also connected to another entity in Stephen King's universe that could bleed into sequels. I think it could go beyond the books. I am convinced that it could go beyond the books. There's plenty of source material where it could go beyond uh, what Stephen King has already created. I thought of the Mist connection, but I wasn't probably the only one. Like, I don't know where the Mist came from. I don't know that much. I know that it takes place in the same state, and it involved the military and like something going on. So I know it wasn't Derry, but it could have been Derry because they never really were specific about where exactly, I guess. But I don't know, possibly. Maybe I missed something and they were. But I did entertain that idea, like how really well done the paranormal aspect and how similar entities could be attached to others. And in a way, I sometimes think like the Dark Tower actually had, if there was a chance of the Dark Tower to get an adaptation or at least a version that might not be identical to the books, it would be in this era right now. Because if you pay attention to it, and if they took that atmospherical approach, and started to adapt it, Stephen King probably would finally have success in adapting that because I don't think it ever was successfully adapted. I think it was always incomplete to begin with. I mean, they got movie adaptations. The Stand is technically connected, which is probably the best Dark Tower movie. I don't know, but in a way, but it's connected. That's closer to accurate. But I don't think it will be. I think it's sometimes where I think of elements that will connect to things like Pennywise or It, and that will expand onto it. See what I'm saying? Or things that will expand onto, yeah, a possessed car. Like, there is so much potential to connect at a supernatural level to build onto pretty much everything that Stephen King ever wrote. That's how clever it is. Like, you could add that in probably just about anything. Like, you could say 1408 went somewhere else. Like, all that, what, where it was, when it was destroyed, it just was relocated. Like, what gave that the power to be an entrance into hell, to one of the 9 entries into hell, right? The door could have just went somewhere else. It could share a similarity elsewhere. I think like you could potentially create a multiversal character that could end up learning these things, and that you could have go in to for the knowledge part that is collecting the data or something like that could be like connected in some way to every story. It could already be started. They could already use the characters, but I think like certain characters do seem like they kind of retired, even if they have abilities. Like in the future, I do get vibes like somewhere down the road, like certain characters that could have discovered a lot more and could have done a lot more, but in a way kind of like retired from some of that. Which sounds like real life though. Like sounds like something a real psychic or someone would actually do. Like they would pursue everything. But maybe there is one character out there that would have so much determination in seeking all of it, all of the knowledge and the paranormal and the supernatural, learning it and being able to keep it. Like if their body gets destroyed, that isn't just a villain. Like if there is just a villain collecting this information, then man, that could be a hell of a villain for a protagonist. Which that is not the race that you want to beat. You want to win, because if evil wins, gains all that knowledge before good, the forces of I think it's difficult. I think it's a fictional character. That is one whole of a fictional character that feels like is able to be in the deepest of hells alone. Is that I feel like for sure, like that character is probably really lonely, but able to find ways to make it like they're not. Very deep hole. Like a void, darkness, that where everything could just flood in, and collectiveness. And that just becomes like it's, you know, door, or lid, keeps it trapped. Someone could be trapping the best themselves in one of those boxes. But they're not just housing spirits and demons in those boxes. It could be housing the best of themselves, or their love life in it, and why it's not happening. stuff like that. I think like I think there is a lot there. Basically, is what I'm saying. Like I am just thinking about it tears me apart internally. Just even thinking about it rips me apart. Yeah, sad things sometimes, and you don't say what's sad. Is it sadder to not ever acknowledge what is the saddest? What makes oneself sadder? What if, what if, you chose wrong? What if your channel was a really good trick that deceived you? See what I'm saying? That stuff, like I said, if you're not careful, it could mess with a real world person. But like, as in a fictional, it's great for fictional creations of characters, but to start diving into that stuff. But for real life, it could definitely um, it really could. To say it could be good, it would be or bad would be inaccurate both ways. I think it's what it does could affect differently. Like bleeding back, like or something coming through, right? It's you get in that mindset of developing that, and then what comes back as an exchange. Like some things are so supernatural, a role that could potentially bleed in to real life, right? I think without that barrier, it's interesting because you could say the same. Like I said before, I do think like there's much more than what is said or or I don't know every single word in existence to describe things, but I'll pick a word. Where do I draw? Why do I go to that word, right? Why would I go to a word or an English word? Is it me going to that English word, or is it me uh, trying perhaps to prove that I could transform into something else, a character? I don't know. Like, there's so many different ways that I think people can look at it, and it's like I'm not drawing anybody in by being so damn multiversal. I probably not, but that's I think maybe that's what it is. Like with humans, it's that the universe part to draw, but it's that power that one receives in exchange. Like, do you believe in a supernatural, like a supernatural force, like a power? Like, because I think that can make all the difference in the world on how far you're willing to invest in manifestations if they're not existing. It brings characters to life. It's the very sometimes I think like maybe it's wrong to want marriage. You know? Maybe I'm wrong for wanting marriage. That's something, right? Maybe the whole world is somehow wrong. It's wrong, and we as a human species just don't know it. Like, so it's like if you're not careful, like a program or something can so powerfully go in and like write that, but it's multiversal. I don't think it ever could. I think the only thing you have to worry about multiversal is a universe topping. Because I think when I look at it, something as the moment I look at something multiversal, I think like the pros and cons. Connecting, networking could be very difficult. Hive minding could be very difficult. Things like that, if you're looking at things like that. But cons are, or pros are, no one can imprison you but yourself, right? I guess, or you'd have to let someone, or you would have to choose to be ignorant in that moment, or disconnect you from a vibe or just because stuff like that, right? I think like it's a fascinating construction because there's a universe and then there's the multiverse, and when you start applying identity to a universe and a multiverse, there's it doesn't change the fact like I'm always going to want what I want, right? But translating it might get buried, right? That's the thing. I am not a multiverse, but I know how to become multiverse, right? That's I know how to play the role, but I'm not really a multiverse. That makes any sense, right? If I start applying that, because as if I were to do universe, it's that true love, and if anything, it's I could connect, and it's the free will that I allow because I'm not drawing or coming in to collect. When I see a face that materializes in my head, I don't like grab a hold of that soul and say, hey, you can't go anywhere, you have to love me, you have to stay connected to me. I just let it come and go, right? That's what I do when it comes to me. But I think like some people will seek a way, but I think like there's a free will that I think like if someone doesn't, I think like there's something wrong if you don't really, at least lay down the knowledge or the wisdom for that individual to be able to be free to choose when there are so many people who would not want that or wouldn't be able to know how to be in a relationship unless they could like hold on to that person and make them stupid as hell, and that and have it so they were the only one that was intelligent in the relationship would be like a disadvantage. I think like there's definitely something. I believe it might hurt me that if I'm so pro free will, but at least it would give people the opportunity to learn that other people are not pro free will and that they could also be pro free will. I think it really shows you the mirror of others. Not just myself. It's like I flip the mirror and I'm now their mirror, right? I think it's interesting to look at it like that. Like if I become their mirror when it comes to the, that you don't need to bury someone and make someone stupid, or to have to take their free will away. Like I think like there's something there that is not that really bleeds out of anything fiction I could create that would bleed out into the real world and like make other people with like control issues and shit like that really probably either not like me or understand, or maybe see, but it will project and show that those characters do exist. And in not just in fiction, but in real life. And I just could bring the character to life. My only concern is that no one would love me afterwards because people would think I'm the villain. That's about it, I guess. Or I would not be able to live because maybe I wouldn't even be smart enough to get a paycheck out of it or something. I don't know. I guess a part of me does, right? I guess. I think it's interesting. Damning. Sometimes it feels like right now I'm seeing blues and yellows smearing around like I'm getting like sometimes I get images in my head that just show up. Like I don't know. Like it's forming into like a funnel going. Where's it going? I could let it just happen. Maybe perhaps I'll stop and start to shape the image. And stop just going for the ride. It's like, where'd this image come from? Why am I letting myself look at that other image that showed up? Right? You can't see that. I'd have to describe that image. How would you be able to see what I'm seeing in my mind if I couldn't translate it? Right? And I think that's valid. I think it's valid. And then, like, why is it she? It's not even people, right? Right now, it's like shapes and shit for him, and like, what just happened? A bunch of colors and shapes just doing their thing. Like, oh, you see me in your head, and there's this telepathic ability here. It's like, the next thing I go through this funnel, and sometimes I do see things, like glimpses of things. Sometimes those things trick me, and I think, or I let so much investment, I don't know what it is. I once saw myself in one of the visions, but then was like, maybe that's not me. I was looking through someone else's eyes, right? And I was just like, damn, I wish that was me, or I hope that was me. Maybe that was another way I was saying when I said that I'm pretty sure that was me, right? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I just wished it was, and I overlooked something in the vision because I couldn't see myself. I was looking at it through someone else's eyeballs. I just assumed, right? Or I just like the idea of it being me. But it doesn't necessarily mean that I could have just been seeing someone else's vision, through someone else. Great for them. Otherwise I would be like, I was like almost in heaven. I was like thinking that right? But it was like rude awakening. Not your dream, buddy. You just got a glimpse of someone else's, and it's like, oh, you just got robbed, or you somehow accidentally hijacked someone else's vision, You can laugh at the pain. I do sometimes laugh at my own pain, but, it's still dreams. Sometimes those dreams tell the truth, though. Sometimes you don't know what those dreams are saying. I don't control every dream I let them in. And I don't even always know what I'm letting in, right? To influence and shape my dreams. Until I start to become, what is it, elusive, they call it? Where I call it, I start to influence and change and actually start to affect the dream by doing things inside the dream, right? That's where it gets different. Where I'm no longer going for the ride. I'm now driving and influencing the dream, shaping. Right? That's. Uh, I mean, it's difficult. I've seen a lot of, a lot. I get pictures in my head, probably like a lot of people, and that could be like mentally ill. I don't think it's mentally ill. I think it's a psychic side to us humans that we don't always understand what it is, and there's so many quick to judge and bury it under another land gouge. I think languages sometimes can rob us. I think English robbed me at times, my ignorance, in realizing like maybe sometimes there isn't a word to describe certain things, and that I need this word to describe it, translate. That's a networking thing, right? You want to connect with someone. Like, thank you for letting me in. Seeing the shape and everything, such sort of like creation. As you in my head, you could be going for a fucking ride through a lot of shit, dude. Like that's the thing. Like in my brain, like you'd be in. I think someone would be like get glimpses, and then they wouldn't be able to see everything. I barely see everything like 20. Well, I could see a lot, but it's like then it's like clips and then while you're like fast, right? Like traveling through. There's no consistent vision. Maybe there is reoccurring visions that show up, sometimes more than others. But in a way, it's still. It really is. I think a type of manifestation and conjuring through my experiences is that you conjure what's there and you manifest what's not. And sometimes manifestation, and this is all like, right, spiritual, paranormal stuff, but it actually goes into the light, into our limbic system, and where I think people come up with the idea of what's a false memory, what's a real memory, what's false learning, what's real learning. But it also shapes, the pros are, I think, of a multiversal view. I think the cons are it's easy to drift to the cons, right? Because it's like, oh, you're going to be lonely as fuck. You're going to have a hell of a time networking. Good luck, right? But like pros are vision of that most people don't dare to probably let themselves have, might or might be concerned what would happen if they let it completely take them over. I think like there is something that's bigger than self, but sometimes it's maybe smaller, and that smaller is bigger, and it's particles, and you might get closer to the understanding of what it is, and then you realize, well, wait a second, where's the me, and where's the God, and then where's uh, that blank spot that you're now perhaps maybe it's a character is going to fill it, and or capitalism is going to flood your head like it did my kid's self with Pokemon, right? So it's things like that like might start flooding into your head one day, and or maybe you're like, oh, I'm in a dream relationship, parasocial dream. I dreamed that I was happily married and lived ever after with Taylor Swift or something. Or something like that. It's like, oh, I hope I didn't steal free will. I didn't ruin anything good by like, what am I trying to do here? Sometimes I feel like I think like at the end of the day, the best thing you could do is enlighten free will. Like that's what I think, because I've come to the conclusion that ownership over one's mind or soul is always a sign of villains, of evil, of the things that are evil. Like if you can't think for and have for yourself or be able to go through, I think there's something that's probably stopping you, perhaps, or stop. I look at my abilities to plan and then stick to a plan and then fail at a plan and then not do a plan or stick to a goal, how to be successful, how to be a failure, right? And how easier it is to envision all that in a fictional, right, or in my mind or in another universe than it is to actually manifest it into the real world, right? So, and then knowing what the right answer is. What's the best, like if you're limited on choices and you're like, oh, well, maybe if I have to make this plan or this plan, which one's going to help me? Which one's going to help other people? Like sometimes it's like there might be a plan that you're looking at like, oh, this will help other people, but I'm not sure if it's going to help me. This will help me, but in the long run, will it? Because sometimes it feels like, will this actually backfire if I do this? That seems like it's going to help me. But it's like, but over here, it's like, at least I'm helping other people, but I'm probably going to suffer for it. I think it's valid. I think there's, for sure, like, I think I want to be on the side of both, but I think, like, sometimes the of people might be evil, and or something. But it's, and I don't know. But like, make someone fall in love with you, like, what the fuck? Am I evil? Does that mean I'm evil? What if if I start going casting spells? I learned this magical chemistry ability to start making people like me. It's like, I said this. This was a good example. New York City, actually, real, too. It says, someone said to me, "Do you know why Billie Eilish, um, I don't know what was it, has magical powers?" Or that's not what they said, but they said something like, why she's famous, and I was like, pretty sure I felt like I just, I was like, no, I said, but I wasn't sure, but I still said no. And and they were like, well, but I'd like to know. I was like, and they said to me, because she knows how to make people like her, was the response. And I remembered this thinking, and also watching her interviews and seeing, well, there's different perspectives, right, as well, when you're like, what is it that someone is seeing that, and maybe there's a balance, like she's making the right people like her, I think was maybe a better response. Like I wasn't getting the full probably the full lesson. I was probably just getting a part of the lesson, right? Where that character, that self, that got in that car with some stranger, didn't know who it was, but I got in a car with a stranger and was like, yeah, sure. It's like, don't get in the car. That stranger got candy. I got in the car with a stranger, and I didn't, I might have not gotten tools to help me, but I didn't also get hurt by it, if that makes any sense. I don't think I really got anything out of it, but I also don't think I got hurt out of it, if that makes any sense. So it's out of that experience I had, but that doesn't mean, necessarily someone out there that might. I also was walking around and I had, I guess kind of like lashed out a little bit, but in a way like, fine, I was like, come on, there's too many homeless people here. I remember at this time my mind, it just like broke, and I was no longer, my mind wasn't really there. I was at that point was like, I am not giving you money. I remember being like, but I will help you. I will get you food. I remember being like, what do you want? I don't know what you want. And then they start saying alcohol, and I'm like, what? No. I remember that was one of the things. I was like, I'm not getting you alcohol, but I don't know what you want to eat, but you probably, I'll pick something out of here, the 7-Eleven, right? And I remember and it's just like at that point, and then I remember someone being like, looking at me like I was doing something wrong or something, or the cash register. And I was like, I don't really care. About that, I remember saying something like that. There's something here that's wrong that needs help and food, and not the other thing that they're asking for, which is drugs. Okay? Don't give them money. I'm not giving them money, but was at that moment like, I will buy them food. And I did at that moment. And then I walked out, and next thing I know, this car stops, and like right next in the middle of the street. I'm in Manhattan, and I don't know. Someone's like, "Did you, or I don't know." I kind of like the vibe, like someone said, like, "Did you do that or something?" And I was like, "Yeah." I mean, I think no, I was like in a different state. I wasn't in my mind state. I'll tell you. I've had, because I usually am at least somewhat in my mind when I'm doing things. But in that moment, I remember breaking in it. And then someone, I guess, noticed what I did. I started to pick that up, and then I remember, being like, yeah, I was, because I was sleeping on the streets at the time. And they offered, I went to a bar in Brooklyn they wanted me to go to. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll go to the bar in Brooklyn. So I was like, I don't really have anything else planned. I was in that, right? I went in that mind. I didn't have anything at that point, so I was like, sure. But I remember being like, get to their house, and was the only time things started to slightly get negative on my behalf, where I was like creating boundaries. Like I was creating things, 'cause I noticed that they started showing signs. They wanted something else. Let's put it that way. And I wasn't actually interested. I missed that. And I was able to I was able to take a shower at their place. I was able to do a lot of things. like get sleep, have a conversation with a complete stranger, that wanted more than I was willing to give them. But I was able to create a wall, and they respected that wall. So I knew that in a way I was fine. Like, so that's how it worked. And I didn't even plan any of that shit. But then again, I remember being in New York City, wandering around, and, because this is usually how it ends up. I wander around, and it's like, end up somewhere, because it's like, you go there with a plan, I get lost. I get lost every time. I learn the map, I get lost every time. I live in New York, and I get lost in New York. Okay? So, and I'm not even driving. That's part of the reason why I kind of don't like the idea of driving in Manhattan directly. I drive upstate New York, but not in Manhattan because of how powerful Manhattan seems to steal my brain cells. So that's another reason why I don't like, I don't think it's a good idea for me to drive in Manhattan. I might lose my license if I drive in Manhattan. It's like, so it's, so I'm like, I don't know about that. Something might happen. I don't know. So I think maybe if I don't know, I should stop it. That's a motor vehicle. Things, and then I have to, what am I going to be attached to this object? And then what is this object to be used against me? It's going to be like, or something. And then I got, like, am I going to be worried? Am I going to have to worry for my vehicle more than my own life? Stuff like that. I think it's an interesting dynamic that I saw in my head, and I was like, don't do that. Don't do that. You'll regret it if you do that. And so I didn't do that. I just walk, take the bus. Or the train. Even though it's the train is where the only time I've ever had problems with people in Manhattan. Like at a physical level, where I've had a lot of, like, there's some really bad mentally ill or evil or whatever you want to call people, unfortunately, that I have run into on the subway systems for sure. But in the mix, like, interesting. But I kind of feel like I was, right? I probably, you gotta think about things like that. I find what's affordable. There's so many people in Manhattan, and things can change. Like, sure, a luxury hotel is, I stayed at the, what is it, Paramount, which is Paramount, like, Studios, that, like, hotel, and I was, like, in a cramped room, and I was like, for something that's so fancy, so idolized, and then I went somewhere, I remember, I found something cheaper that was nicer and more luxurious, but in a way, it was actually probably a little bit smaller than that room. That's the weird thing, is that the room that I was in at the Paramount made me not want to be in that room. I didn't want to be in my room. But the room that I was in at this other place was like, damn, I might as well just sit here. This place is nice. It's like, and it was, in a way, it was smaller. It had I had I had a nice TV. It was kind of like, it gave me this really cool Japanese vibe. I remember this one hotel, and I was like in it, and I was like, yeah, I was like in that mind. I was like, I could live in that. Like, but I've seen people where they pay a lot of money for, like, closets that are uncomfortable. And I think it's because of, what made it so that living situation was better. I think it was the aesthetic and that everything that was provided that I could actually use there. I had accessibility where actually functional internet, I could do all my online things. I didn't need, really a million screens like I might do nowadays or what I did even more back then. And I wasn't missing that. I was rather watching the news and thinking like, damn, that's just like some holy vibes. Like, I like the news. I'm like, they're talking about like Holy Spirit and stuff. I remember like, it was such a vibe. And it was like, and I had a shower in that room and everything. It was like, and it was probably the cheapest hotel I ever stayed in. Probably ever. And it was also the nicest probably hotel I ever stayed in. I've stayed in a lot of hotels. I mean, there was hotels where I was in California where I actually got rooms but then sometimes these big rooms that you're paying for are not really awesome. You're like, well, someone been in this room, and like you're going in this room because someone else been in this room, but then when you get to that room, you're like, I'm not feeling it. You're finally like, I just wasted a lot of money on a room that I'm not even vibing with. That a lot of other people might be. Now I've been in some actually really haunted, like I know that stuff's real. But I've been in actually some places where there's some, I had like fucking, I don't know what that one time I had a lady that was standing like in the bathroom manifest, and from where my room was she was, and then sometimes I would see her at the foot of the right end of foot of my bed, from like if I'm like and then from the bathroom, like standing in the bathroom a lot of times. And I think that I'd almost like think it was a hospital or something once. I don't know. She felt like she had gone through some shit though, I'll tell you. Like the vibes I was picking up from that dead lady. And I actually was able to see her, which I don't always see spirits. Because I get a lot of things in my head. I was at that case, she was manifesting right there. Like I have that every now and then where I actually see manifestations of actual spirits, but I also, so it's realized like I am not always how do I describe this? Art sometimes can, the entertainment industry, right? Art can sometimes obscure psychic abilities, is what I am pretty confident is actually accurate. I go in my mind and it could be fiction, right? What's real about it? I think there's definitely disconnection. It's the connection and finding what's real. I think there is something in humans where it's a lost language within. It's like some people are in this search, but it's. I think probably the best way to explain it is where people end up going is the holy, whatever makes them feel good, comfortability, and exchange. A lot of times is, and then sometimes comfortability can keep people from exotic electrifying, like, experiences that maybe their comfortability would never let them have, though that I know is also very real. So, but, that is in that channel. I'm capable of sending energy to people. Other people are capable of sending energy to people. It's just a focused channel point, and where you are projecting. And sometimes you could be projecting something unintentionally. Sure, like if you don't know 100% what you're doing, you could be like pushing something that is not even you, a fictional character. It's accurate. I believe that. Like I said, I believe art is why I'm not always psychic. Where I know, and also, I would say I worry about the idea of even coming out and saying, yeah, I know I have psychic abilities and I have experienced things to be like come off as crazy, but not really as much as not even close, because there's an intellectual intelligence, even if it goes to sleep, where I now know that science doesn't know, even when they try to, and that sometimes is the greatest weakness that science-only minds have. Like if you want to escape a situation where someone's trying to suffocate you in and say, you can't be, this is impossible, sometimes let them believe it, and maybe sometimes that's the best way to do is, or leave a seed where they could choose if they want to believe it, if they want to come back to it, but make sure you're probably not present so they, don't try to. Sometimes I think people could use certain things to probably enslave me. I'm not fucking careful. What's worse than death? Being a prisoner, I think. Like, you lose your free will and you're like strung like a puppet, and a demon takes over your body. There's a lot of things I think actually that people might not think are worse. Then I think death is sucks. But I've seen spirits that have. Okay, so I have, like, we talked about this. Yeah, it's so difficult to talk about because it sounds crazy, but talk about like paranormal stuff, like, or parasocial is one of my new addictions on that word, because it's like celebrity crushes, right? It's like, is that parasocial? Is there a hint of parasocial the moment you have a crush on anybody you've never physically met, right? That's a very good, valid, right? I mean, if you're looking at it as a science view, but are you looking at it also as a supernatural view like I do? That's the thing. Like, sometimes I'll go in a different, like, the para part to it and think, like, maybe it's just the connectivity, that networking, that just you could be communicating with someone and just not always know that you are, right? Things like that. Like, have you ever had an experience where someone knew something, but you didn't know how they knew it? But you perhaps maybe never told them or told anybody, maybe something, but yourself. But someone was able to pick it up without you ever saying an English word once about it, right? So I think there is something for sure there when it comes to, you might want to call it a hive mind. Sometimes hive mind feels like it might be negative because you don't want to be enslaved by an ant or something, or the queen bee or something, or maybe you do, but uh, but sometimes it's a networking part of hive mind at that, right, that telepathic connection, like the pros to it. The cons are, right, you want to have free will, or maybe you want to steer the ship every now and then. Maybe you want to take turns steering the ship, like instead of having just one figure being royalty, maybe both want to be royalty. See what I'm saying? I think there is something there. And I think like science just gets lost in the frequencies where every time they hit a close explanation of translating, they more than likely hit frequencies that make it so the scientist can hits a dead end, and we'll go somewhere else and be like, oh, that doesn't add up. They're like, that doesn't add up, doesn't hit the equation, doesn't, match the, what I know. I think that's what it is. Because I believe I've cracked it. But like I said, just because you could figure something out, I believe it could, it's so, it's, there's, I think sometimes maybe there is something that we might want to hold on to, like are so convinced that maybe it is real, like some part of it, but then find out later on, like, damn, or we don't want to. Like, there's a sense where we're like, yeah, we don't know. There's a sense of uncertainty, and like somewhere down the road, it was like sometimes we were like, well, you better not be uncertain. No one will love you, and shit like that. It's like, what the fuck? Why? What kind of fucking love is that? Right? I mean, like you have to be certain. I think like as a requirement, I think it's okay, but we're not always around people who tell us that or say it's okay. Where we're forced to be 24/7 intelligent, or we'll suffer the consequences. Because I'll tell you what, my first relationship was probably the least intellectual one of them all that I've ever had. And pros and cons came from that. But I will say that I do put up a hell of a wall, where I don't want to fall in love with the timer, what I call the timer. And I did a pretty good job. I created that. I succeeded at that. Like knowing that if the world sees me with someone, they'll know that she's the real deal. Like she's really my one and only, because that's how good how confident I am that I have succeeded at that. But I also am confident though that this is also a two-way street where it could actually go. If I'm not careful, and this is on me, not her, but me, where I misread something and it, and the rest of the world has power and it destroys us, and it's not really or something happens, and then I'm never going to be never going to be in a relation ever again. Not like that. I would only get married once. Let me put it that way. I made that vow, and I had no intention on breaking that vow. To myself, I made that vow. Yes, I did for myself and for my future wife. Hopefully, she does the same thing, but does she have to? Technically, no. The vow is more for me. Just like she probably has her own vow. But the thing is like, I hope it, because it would make it stronger if we share the same vows, right? There, it would be, I feel like it would definitely have more of a power kick to it for sure. Because, like, if she doesn't, it's not impossible, but it might be manageable. It might actually be destined to have those differences and to still make it work for both of us. But it definitely would be more of that type of relation. What I just said would require more intelligence, more work than the other one. I think would I feel like wouldn't require as much. Like there's something more natural about it, like matching the same vow, that part. Like having at least a massive similarity. Like if she shared the same similarity of like, let's say there's a sacred something crazy like I'm not gonna date anybody anymore. I'm never gonna get married. I'm gonna only get married once, and I'm gonna make damn sure. And it's like, and able to have that mindset. I and I think in a way that it could be something incredible. It could actually come out of that. Not that it couldn't. I mean, it could be completely where she'd be like nothing, right? Doesn't have that vow whatsoever. But the chemistry, the love's there, and we both know that we are immortal. Our love is unkillable. We don't need to have the same vow. That is what I'm saying. But I do think like if we did have the same vow, it would play out different for sure. The relation would. And it might even make it more effortless, maybe. Like where you don't have to do much work. Like the other one might require more work. Like, what made it so you were susceptible to bad relationships, right? How do I prevent myself from, that's what I'm saying. It's triggers. You have to figure out. It's more work for sure. It's not impossible, but it definitely is more of a demanding relationship. There's more rules that are going to have to be needed in that type of relationship, right? Then the other one, it's like you already share the same rule before you even got together, right? So it's like, yeah, you're already doing the same rule as I'm doing. So it's like there's not any there's barely any work that's needed. It's just like it's so natural and effortless. The other one is like, oh, I got to make this work. It's not, and it might. It's the thing. It's not like it's impossible. That's the thing. But I think when someone hits there and they're like, oh, I found my true love, and they're like, wow, what is this? It's like then it's like, boom, hits them. And they're like, I didn't need to date all those other idiots. So now that I know what this one is, right? You hit that where like I didn't actually, where people are like, well, I needed to go all through that shit before I found the right one. But did you? Did you really? I think when you finally hit the one, you know deep down that you actually never even needed to be in those relationships that were previous. Like, you think, if you think they were a guidance, it almost feels like there's uncertainty to the relationship. It might be to the one you're in. You can misspeak, right? But like, I think it's another level. Like, if you genuinely think that, like, I would be worried a little bit that maybe I'm not good enough. How long before someone would get to this part of the video? And how long would they sit and listen to this part of the video? How long before someone responds to this part of the video? Who responds? It's like, ever have a conversation and people don't really know how to respond to in the conversation, or you don't know how to respond to the conversation? It's a whole nother level, whole nother wavelength. I think it's something to think about. I think it's accurate. I think um, I don't think it's too late, but I think if I'm not careful, one day it could be too late. Perhaps. I don't know. It's a good question to ask myself. Sometimes it's to ask, should I be a slut? Should I, or whatever? I might not know the right word for it. Maybe I need to know the right word for it. Maybe I should be hooking up all the time and, I'm going through the hookup culture um and telling myself I was wrong as to go that path. But the thing is like, there's a part of me that says, wait a second. You'll know when you know. True love. Like, do you really need to go through that stuff? What do you get out of it? Hopefully not sex. I mean, sex is great, but when I go that path, I'm sure now gonna lose brain cells potentially because I am just letting myself enjoy that path, and the experiences that that path has to offer. Does not guarantee true love, and or whatever you might want to call it. That I think that path. I mean, what's the difference of going to a strip club and having sex with a sex worker? If that's the case, I don't know. Like, you want to hook up with someone that keeps the hookup culture and then go back and like that's their career. You're gonna get them out of that career. I I think that is. I think that is how humans become brain dead. Um, the lust floods them. Perhaps the sex is great, but greater than their own brain cells. So let's have that own sense. Do you think there's something that's too high or too low? But then it's interpretation. What is high? What is low? I think, is an individual for individuals, for people in general. You know, I think one's high could be another's, may not even be another's high, right? I mean, have you ever smoked weed and had exactly the same fucking high as you know anybody? I personally haven't. Maybe someone has. I never shared the same experience in that moment. Like, oh wow, we're both seeing these images, and oh, you're sharing this telepathic connection, or like the same exact high, where we're like, our brains are meshed and we're like going up into outer space, and you know, at some hive mind particular level. But I've been high by myself. I've gotten high when I went by myself, and when people weren't around in the past. Like if they're talking about that kind of high, but I don't really know if that's high. Maybe that's low. And it's just in the moment, it just grows in your brain to make you go, whoa, you know, slow down and start seeing things. Some people said that. I remember people telling me like, you need weed. You did so good when you were on weed. I remember people telling me that. I don't smoke weed anymore. I haven't smoked weed in a long time. I did. I ate it too, edibles, many years ago. And people were like, "Oh, you should do it. You know, you should do that more often." I don't know. One time I had eaten edibles and I was in a trance. I was also drinking alcohol that one time, and I remember someone manipulating. I felt so stupid. Where someone, I was like, and then next thing I know, I was willing to go with it, where I was finding harder to pull away from the manipulation. It was like I was being drawn in. Like I was like, that's kind of probably how people get inside people's heads when they're half conscious or half aware, and their brains are warping and they're trying to get laid and some shit. I probably was drugged, possibly. There was a lot going on that night, a lot of shit, and but I know one thing for certain. I remember feeling uh, incredibly disgusting afterwards, but thankful that I didn't follow through with what was happening, because I was so under the influence of a shitload of things at the time, and I was strong enough to say no physically with my body, even though somehow my words were like no longer my words. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you know, what is going on? It's like, and it's like my brain is like saying things. And then I'm like, oh shit. And then you see certain things and you're like, oh God, I hope not. But you might actually say, oh God, I hope so, or something. You might, like, you know, say the wrong words, and it's like, that's not what you meant, right? It's like, oh shit, am I even saying the right thing? I hope I'm not saying yes because I mean no, right? I mean, right? Am I right? Like, you know, when it comes to that shit, you're like, oh shit, that's a shitload of drugs. That's too much. That's what that is. And anybody who decently respects someone will not take advantage of someone when they are under that state, no matter, even if that person wants to be with that person. That is always evil. It kills me to even think about that how many people out there would take advantage of anybody that's in that state of mind. That's why I don't recommend anything that's psychedelic around bad bugs, around something that requires more work, perhaps, where maybe there's someone more intelligent in the room that doesn't necessarily have your best interest, or someone else's. Like, I think you really do need to trust who you're doing weed with, for sure, if you're going to do it. But I don't even think you need to, because this is it really is a slow down. It's not an intelligent drug. It's a drug that makes you controllable. I hate to say it, but it makes it so people could. It's a gateway. They call it a gateway because for many years, because it's it really show you who you can trust. If you can smoke weed with someone and they don't hurt you or do anything bad to you physically, I think it's certainly telling that that person is either restraining themselves or they are intelligent, or they're trustworthy. I mean, yeah, I think you can't just jump into trustworthy. I think you do have to think about the possibility that maybe someone did, right, have an interest, but they were just restraining themselves. I get that. Like, if you're around a smoking hot babe, right, a guy out there, and you usually is way out of your league, like, there is gonna be perhaps maybe a background of a little bit, right, of temptation. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's easy for me to deny myself happiness. I do it all the time. So if I was in a situation like that, which I was actually on the opposite end, where I actually was the one under all of it, so I could have got taken advantage of. That's the difference. But I'm a fully grown ass dude. That's not doesn't mean anything. I was in a bar in New York City and some dude grabbed my leg and I'm pretty sure would have, and then sought to grab my junk. It's like, I was like in a bar once. I think I handled it pretty well. I, I was drunk and pushed him away and made it loud and clear. And then, so it was like public. That was enough. It made him stop. And, but I guess some people would have went the route to, maybe I should have reported him. I didn't report him. I made it pretty loud, so in a way I reported it in that moment. But then afterwards I don't know what it was. I was also really fucking drunk, so but I remember that in a bar where someone tried some shit. They failed. But I remember that. I do remember that. That was actually a New York City bar too. Had a lot of things happen in New York bars, but not always New York bars. I will never forget a couple bar experiences that come to mind a lot of times. And this is way off topic, like the marching band experience. I was in Los Angeles, and I was in, I don't know, it's not a real marching band, but I was in the state of mind that it was, and everybody, and it was like the whole. I was hanging out with the Irish, with the Scottish, with the people from England, you name it, in that area of the known best of the best alcoholics, right? And I remember this experience like it was yesterday because I had so much fun with them. They were like my brothers, you know. I trusted them, and I never fucking met them. And we went on a marching band. We just all cheering and shit on the fucking streets of LA, right? Which is something I don't always do. And it's like, and I remember that experience like, yeah, there was no competition, like Americans, like, or, none of that aggressive shit that comes. Like, there was just a soul spirit. Like, I don't think I've ever trusted guys at that level while getting drunk, I'll tell you. Like, I felt like they were the brothers I've always wanted. They were awesome, and I don't remember any of their names, unfortunately, but I remember that. That was pretty freaking awesome. That was a hell of a time. Just lost in a fictional marching band. I don't know. It was different. I'll tell you, it felt different for sure. Like I never, I said this before growing up, like, because I grew up with a lot of sisters, and then I did have stepbrothers, but I didn't really always feel like my stepbrothers were my brothers. And I remember saying, I wish I had a brother, you know, and and I think that's why I went looking for one of my stepbrothers once, and and then he was like, I don't know, it just, I don't know, I don't want to be an asshole, but I think he didn't really, he would, I called him so many times talking shit, and stuff like that, and then watching the way he acted at times, and like I was only there for like a controlled image, if that makes any sense. Like, and that was like, oh, you'll never do this. He would actually like, I remember him being like, oh, you'll never do that or this, for other things. That I was like, what? Like one of them was like, you'll never get your license. I remember I was like 16 or something because I didn't get my license when I was 16. He did, I guess, I think. 16, 17. I didn't. And he was like, you'll never get it. And like, things like that. I was like, where is this coming? I read a lot of shit that was accurate for him, though. I was like, he's he'll if he gets married, he's gonna get divorced from that very marriage. If he even gets married once, he's gonna get divorced. And I remember specifically saying, that I knew that my stepbrother was not. I had spent time with him. I had gotten to know him, and I know that he was always sex driven first, if that makes any sense. Like he was all about being with the experience of women mostly, but he showed signs as well with guys. But the one thing he always was certain was that he just was not that marriage compatibility, if you get what I'm saying. Like he never had that in his very essence of soul. I could read that about him. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. I'm not trying to say that. You could have your own life or whatever and do that. But I knew like the moment he tried to do that, which he did, that he would actually fail at. And he did. Like I wasn't saying I was like I never was like you'll never get your license. I knew he'd get his license. Duh. What a stupid thing to say. But getting married, and keep that marriage? No, it never happened. With him, it would never happen. He would never with anybody. It's just not who he is. In fact, that's why I say, like, people who are in, jump from relationship to relationship, sometimes that's the lifestyle that some people have. They do that. That's their lifestyle. They'll go from, my father, even, my biological father would do this. I remember studying my dad, like, thinking, like, wow, you're horrible at relationships. But he would go, like, from one house to the next. And he was a strong military guy, right? That was serving his country, had all these high qualities, but yet he still would move in with a different girl, and a different girl, and a different girl. He would move in, and one he got married with, and then divorced with, and then all the other shit. It's like, and then got someone who was younger than him that apparently checked a lot of check marks that started to make him more to slow down. I don't think he stopped. I don't know. I doubt it, but he certainly showed signs that he was changing in that moment, though. I think what gets him to stop is that when he thinks he hit what's good enough. And if he thinks he did his best, then he would never cheat. He is. Because he is truly a soldier first. He would jump out of the car, go if someone was in trouble, and leave his kids in the car, abandon them on the side of the road to help complete strangers that were not even his family. In fact, he was so bad at being a father. I'm not gonna lie. But he was so good at, like, being a hero, saving other people, and then bad at relationships. I've studied my dad. I don't know. Maybe he thought it was good. I think his mindset was adjustable to dark humor a lot of times, if that makes any sense. Which would switch him into, like, friend mode with, and how he would juggle more than one thing at once. The psychological aspect of him, for sure, was trying to find balance. And he internally was struggling, I think, but really good at still trying to pull off a leader aspect. I think the moment he broke, where all that went away, was when his mind somehow went off, and he didn't have to worry about protecting his or trying to build a family or this life that he saw, and he went right into hero mode. And when he went into hero mode, I saw when he went into hero mode, he was a completely different person. Completely different person. But me, I also remembered doing that too. And I remember helping people, like seeing a moment, um, and jumping to it, um, to make. And I remember what happened is that for me, I understand that my mind wasn't necessarily there. It was the instinct to help or to see if they needed help. when I got there, did I always know the answer in the moment? There was one in particular moment that I recall two that come to my mind. That one where I didn't realize, like, in a way, like, I just was kind of like making sure. Like, after I watched something go down, I was like, okay, realize, and they were like very grateful that I helped in that moment, but it wasn't really like an emergency. It was like, it just looked like it was, if that makes any sense. Like, it went down and I was stupid and ran towards it, and they were still grateful. And at that moment, they were like, yeah, we're good, and thank you. And then we went our separate ways. Another was a moment that was not intellectual, like the last one had no mind, but it turned intellectual, if that makes any sense. Like, I remember a position where I would run, where I was like, oh, look, and it was like, I was trying to, I was like, okay, well, how do you help this person? I'm not really in the position to help this person, but I do know that there are ways of helping that person. And when I watched that person, when the ambulance showed up, finally to help that person, because I almost had one sense, like, this person would probably be fine if we knew where, or if I had a couch, right, or something, and was like, hey, you crash on this couch, get better, or something, and that's all that person needed. But the problem is, it's like, I didn't have that, and the other person was not willing to give that to the other person that was trying to help this other person to an extent. They didn't want to take them back, but according to her, she didn't live in the city as well, but she was living with someone else. So I don't know. I just happened to take her word out. Did I question it? A little bit, but I don't know. But at the same time, I get it. You don't know 100%. Maybe you do. I don't know. But at the same time, I would have been fine with that Spanish-only lady crashing that was covered in puke crashing if I had a place for her and just like said, here, there's a space here, get better. And if I was able to provide something like that, but to an extent, right? I mean, unless I was like an infinite bank count, if it's in my own house, I think at some point, but I would have to be like, I'm sorry, or I'll help you find a place or something, right? That's how I would look at it. But at the problem, if that was what it was, because I don't know, like I think that maybe she was homeless, couldn't speak English, and I was stupid because at the time, I didn't understand Spanish. I knew it was Spanish, though. I understand some Spanish, but not a lot of Spanish. And so I was in that situation, and I remember thinking, because she couldn't even get up off the ground, and it was disgusting. She was covered in puke. It was one of the, and I remember that was completely different from the other. The other was an injury, a physical injury. This was like a mental injury, if that makes any sense, or something mentally going on with this person. But I think like this person would have gotten, but it would have probably been fine. But here's the thing, like, so I didn't know what else to do at that moment. I, too, am sleeping on the streets at the time when that went down. So what I did is the only fucking other option is actually try to get her help from other people who had the resources to do it. And I was able to get it, obviously it's easy. I mean, but the ambulance showed up. The ambulance didn't really, and the first sign was they didn't really want to touch her. I was like, what? I get it. Like, nobody wants to, but I was trying to understand, like, why that guy in particular was so, like, verbally nasty. Like, I was like, dude, you're supposed to be like a nurse, right? Like, helping people. And I remember like in that moment, but I was like, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. I don't. It ain't gonna help if I'm not going. So it's like that's I'm not following. So it's like so I just hope that they understood and hope that they ended up getting here. So it hit that right where I was like, okay, yeah, I'm not. Maybe I could have, but that would have been stupid, right? It's like I don't know, like moments and where things start, and then I followed or followed. That sounds bad, but walked with the lady that was screaming for help for that lady that she didn't even know, and that she didn't know how to help her, but she was there trying to help her, and I just ended up walking with her for a little bit. Um, so yeah, and had a conversation, but I just remember like it was such a from the moment that I saw and heard and watched as everybody else walked by, and this was right in Manhattan. Nobody else was helping. Nobody else stopped to help, yet she was hollering for help. And I remember she had like this, I don't know, like this dimple or something on her face, and she had the wavy, dirty blonde hair. And I mean, she was a really good looking lady. And I remember like not 100% knowing, and I'll tell you this still to this day, that I'm pretty sure I was so stupid on the aspect. You know what I mean? How many times I've talked to directors and producers more than I have actors without knowing they were directors or producers. But I would be lying if I said I had conversations with what people called actors and always knew that I was having conversations with actors. And in that case, I ended up realizing, like, putting one and two together when she put her name in as Blake. I don't know. It was bizarre. I don't know. It was an experience. I don't know what 100% was real, what was going on 100%. All I could do is act in that moment, and I didn't know to begin with. And then even after when she put her name in my phone, I still, how many, people go by that name that are out there? Probably a shitload. You know how many fucking Brandons there are out there in the world? Exactly the point. There's in fact exact same first and last name as me, right? So, so it was just a very, I think my senses were kind of right about like kind of questioning, like, okay, well, I think that my interpretation was, okay, something's a little bit off here. I'm not really entirely sure what it is, but and some of the things she said didn't quite add up. But thinking like what a unique conversation. I'll admit, right to that, like the bizarreness that really drew me in. If anything, it drew me in even more, and I became intrigued. And I remember, like, we hung out for a little bit, and then we decided we were like go our separate ways, like New Yorkers do, like when you meet people. But I still kept thinking, like, over and over and over again, like how fucked up of a situation, but also how, like, almost like it was so, like, something off, you know what I mean? Like, the moment you start having a conversation with someone, but you're not even sure if you're 100%. You know, like there's there's so much, you know, it's like almost like there's something going on, right? And you know, like it's not all honest. Like there's a sense, right? And and if anything, you're like, well, man, I gotta fucking solve this, you know, maybe, or it brings you back to your brain, you know, because you respond to like brainlessly respond, and then it's like, and that, like I said, it went into like it actually went from an emotion role response to an intellectual response, if that makes any sense, like responses. And I was like, well, you know, usually it doesn't really play out like that. Usually it doesn't really play out like that, right? So the other one was like so brain dead and stayed brain dead, and even up to the end of separation. I don't know. What I do know is that it was fascinating, a very intriguing event that felt it felt very, I don't know the right word for it, artistic. Like maybe not all of it was what it appeared to be. Like I started to think like, was this a staged event? You know what I mean? Type. I don't know. Like I started getting vibes. I'm not really sure. But I could tell you like my senses sure in hell were like, and I was like, well, she's very beautiful too. You know, it's like, and that wasn't helping as well. Having that come in, that, you know, it's like shit. Okay. Yeah. If there was a fast ticket lane to intelligence, from emotional stupid, she had accomplished it though. Whoever the hell she really was, she took me right back to my brain. Like put it that way, but didn't give me the full picture. Just like said, hey, yeah, that teeter totter sensation you're feeling is actually honest. The good stuff is, and also the bad, the other vibes that you're picking up on. You know, it's like. And I remember asking, yeah, I remember being like, I'm homeless right at the moment. I remember actually blurting that out. And I remember, because I was like, I was like, well, maybe I should have lied about that. But, but I was like, I'm homeless. And then I was like, and I think like, what am I, and I remember like asking, what do you do, or what is it, or she asked me, what do I do, and I was like, I'm homeless, and she was like, I think she said she babysits, and then she acts. Like she had given me two answers, and I could only blurt out homelessness. I don't know, but whatever, so I don't know. I'm fucking weird, especially in that moment. Maybe we should have lied. I don't know who she was. Maybe I do, but I'll tell you what, like in that experience, like I don't think I've ever been in a situation like that ever, still to this day. Like in that, from going in to help someone in non, how do I put it, non-brain way, to then going into like realizing like certain things, and seeing this helpless person wanting this, to help this other person, thinking like how awesome this person, but yet watching everyone else walk by. It was such a event. I'm telling you, like, it almost felt like everything about it had a million people watching it all at once or participating in it. And it wasn't just the three people on the set and then the two people that showed up that were playing the ambulance people, but it felt like somehow the audience was in on it too or something. It was weird. I don't know. But a lot of, maybe the spirits. Because I like, someone says, oh, you're stupid. Like, I'll bing it, or a couple times I've said, I catch some words, I catch some words from some people that are like really, really vibing out to something. And they'll look at me like, oh, at times on moments and be like, you're dumb or something. And I would bing it. Or one of them said ding it or something like that. I was like trying to understand what the hell does that mean. But then I was like, oh, they're pointing at the center here. And I was like, well, yeah, I did pick up something over there. I can't really see what it is. Maybe it is those spirits. I was like, yeah, I do feel something there. Like, where are you pointing? Yeah. I was like, yeah, I connect with that. With no words even. I actually, I don't really 100% know what it is. I think maybe there is spirits. Right? I was like, but what this centered and like what's going on, it's like, what is going on? Maybe English is garbage this whole entire time. I was the bus driver, one of the bus drivers. Like, that time, I had so many different experiences. Oh, one guy sat next. This guy was kind of cool, but at the same time, it's like, oh, you should, he's like, he didn't say anything, but he looks at me. Because I was, I guess in a way, I was like, kind of like thinking, like, well, in my mind, I was like, well, I had a lot of well going on in my mind, a lot of well, like, I am lonely, and then this lady sat next to me and had all these kids, and I was like, I don't know, I started feeling like I might be able to, I don't know, right? But I was like, well, then I was like, what is that? I don't know if I'm equipped for all this, though. Started like, wow, I'm an asshole. Right? And you're in a vibe, and you're sitting there, and you're like, might have something that comes in, and you're like trying to process. It's like, well, she ain't, I don't know. You're entertaining because I don't know. You have weaknesses, and I have weaknesses, and then this guy says you should do it. He looks at me and then looks and says you should ask her out. He actually said that in English, and I was like, oh, I don't really think that's a good idea. I was like, but that shit was like, I don't really think that's a good idea. I just, I don't know if I'm really, at the time, I was like, I'm not really sure. Like, that's a lot of kids. I was like, shit, right? It's like, what you inherit. It almost felt like I was, saying, like, nah. Like, I was like, maybe she, if things went a different way, but that's like that's in the multiverse. You're right, it's the multiverse. Like, in another universe, perhaps I could see it, but not in this one. I was like, I can't see it in another, though. I don't think I could ever. I question myself on. I do question myself on that. In general, I do have worries, like, not just about the kids and the single mother of any kind, but also me, like as of how what am I equipped for this type questions, and and things like that, and I usually come to the conclusion that I'm not. I'm not really. I don't think I am, but it's like I'm like, oh shit, yeah, it would be cool. I'd like to have a kid, but then at the time I'm like, and then someone says, oh, but it's not mine. You know what I mean? It's like, well, wow, that's an asshole. But I'm an asshole for saying that, but I'm like, I wish it's like, it was like, well, why couldn't it have played out different where, in a different universe, a different path where I actually was the father, right? And it kind of like, it's like, but I'm not. It's like, and I never will be. I don't really, this doesn't really make any sense. I feel like I'm just, you know, realizing that I could potentially date a fuck up. I guess is what I'm basically saying, and I'm like, I'm sorry that I'm calling her a fuck up, right? It's like, and I'm like, God, what am I doing? Well, maybe it's for the best. It's like it could be the greatest. I don't know. I don't know. I've never been in it, but don't get me wrong. I haven't not entertained the idea, but I never physically. But I have thought about it, and I I think it goes back to exactly what I said before. That would not meet the same vows as I have, which means if it were to be, it would take more work. And the chances of it succeeding, being immortal, are even more unlikely than if I met someone who shared the same vow, that before we even met, it would be even more stronger, that, if that makes any sense, more immortal. Like, that's just the truth. I do think things happen in life and events that no matter how much you wish they're different, that they'll still affect you, even when you say they're not going to affect you. Like, you could be like, lie to yourself all you fucking want, say, that's never going to affect me, but it would most definitely affect me. It would hit me at times, for sure. So if anything, I'm helping. I'm, I'm not wasting time, and that's how I look at it. So, free will or something, and maybe it could have been great. Do I think something could have been great if I were to go all in on uh, a single mother with 50 kids, or five, or or three, two, one? You know, what's to me, it's still always going to be a little more difficult, because there is constant reminders. Like, it takes more work, those relationships. And it's like, you have to ask the question, do you want to do work while you are home, with a family? Or do you want to have less work when you are with a family? I think, like, I sort of, like, if that makes sense, like, the other way is such a universe meets a universe that shares similarities. They didn't go down those paths, and they mesh is like what some people would out there say doesn't exist. I know it exists because I'm living proof that it exists. I exist and I'm doing it. So, and if it meshes, right, and it's that connectivity, it's like that's some next level shit. That's why people get divorced because they went and settled for that other, and then they finally are like, oh shit, I found the one, and it ain't the one I'm with, you know? That's what I'm saying. If you ask someone who finally found their true love in their relationship, you sit down and have a genuine conversation with them, I almost feel like they would, and if they did go down the road and had dated many people before they got there, that they would say, no, I didn't actually have to go that path at all to actually, to be with my soulmate. I didn't need to do any of that dating at all, or going down that road. I found my soulmate, and all that. It's you could ask like, would I have found that if I didn't do that? I think you'll find out that it doesn't matter, and when you hit that it doesn't matter, then true love is true love. It doesn't matter, which means no, you never had to go down that road that some people say you have to go do. Date, what is it, hookup culture, or you will fuck up and never find true love. That is false information, and you wouldn't be the first to fall for it though. But it's actually completely fake, like fake, not like you don't. You true love, you connect. There's work, settlement. That's like when you're attracted to someone who doesn't share the same values of you, and you go and be in a relationship with them anyway just because maybe the sex is great. But you'll have a rude awakening afterwards when you finally meet that actual other person that I just described, like that actually meets your values, your connection. And then you're gonna have to decide, if you're in a situation, and and hey, word of advice: don't let it rob you. Just because you fucked up a lot, and I haven't even fucked up a lot. I never allowed myself to go that road, but just because it does, you might still, if you want a way out. I could be an asshole, so you don't deserve it. But the truth is, you could still find it and get out of it. But the thing is like it's unlikely. The further you're in, to when you go down certain roads, like you have the true lover not at all path, but yet now you're like in hookup culture. That's very hypocritical. It's not going to look good. Let's put it that way. It's going to make the real you look very buried. Like you start participating, so it makes it more difficult. If any, I'm very good at studying things. Really bad at finding actual true love and connecting. I don't know, like but really, really, really good at actually seeing the cracking things and figuring things out. Like seeing things. I am not like I am worried if I go down, if I'm like, let's say if I go into hell and hell pays. But that hell better pay a fucking $1 million for the job, or I don't know, because that right. So it's like, for me, it better be at least $1 million to be doing that hell, or what the fuck am I doing? So it's or like I'm not getting enough to get out of the hell, right? Right. It's like, how am I going to find true love when I am taking the bait and getting paid the same salary or down and go, or some shit? I think that if you're not careful, sometimes there are things in society or culture that is designed to make your life difficult so it will enrich other people's lives that may not be yours. I get it all in helping people, but there is such thing as accepting less than what you're worth, and I don't recommend it. And it's very difficult. It can be. Especially if if you're lost. You can't, you really need the right people in your life. Just like I really need the right people in my life. I don't know how to make those people be in my life. So I have flaws, for sure. But I've had moments in life where I thought maybe I'd chosen something wrong in the moment, that if I would have chose something different, I would have been finally home or something. Like that feeling. Like maybe if I would have went a different path instead, that I had that sense, like that, and I chose a different one. But the one that I chose didn't help me. But if I would have chose that other one that I even might have had a sense about, like I was like, I should really choose, like, but yet I'm like, I don't know. And you don't, you might even have that, come across something where you're like, well, that's home. And then you walk away from it, and then go somewhere else. It's like, what the fuck did I do to myself? I just lost my ticket, my way home, right? So yes, I get it. I get it is what I'm saying, because I sometimes feel like I might have missed an opportunity for sure. Like an LA experience, a feeling more occurred to me. I once went to the movies, but I went to the movies 5 times in LA between these two theaters, and only watched 2 movies. And I kept thinking, like, maybe I did something, like I should have went and watched a different movie. Like something like that. Like what was, one that would have actually, there was one, like that one time, that one night, I was like, if I would have watched this movie, my life could have turned out different than me watching this movie instead. I will tell you for a fact. I remember the first movie I ever watched in Los Angeles, California, in a movie theater in this body that I'm in. And it was The Last Night in Soho or something like that was the name of the movie. And it was also the last movie I watched, because I went back on the 5th time and watched the same movie twice. While there was another movie there, at least on the 5th night, when I experienced that extraness, where I felt like I really messed up, or I did something wrong, and where I was like, where I did feel something, where I was like, almost like maybe I was being watched or something, and like I was supposed to choose something else because that would have gotten me home. Because the choice that I made certainly only got me lost again, right? Not that I didn't. I see potential in the stars. I was clearly going to watch the movies that I chose for reasons. They were the options that I chose. And Anna Taylor-Joy was one of those reasons, for sure. And another was the last was because of making my first my last. Like, if that made any sense, like when I watched those 5 movies, I still have never went to the movies ever since. Still to this day in Los Angeles. I've been to movies elsewhere in different states, but not in California. Not in California at all, actually. Los Angeles. And those 5 movies, 2 movies, 5 times, one twice, one 3 times. The other movie was Internals. I watched Internals 3 times when I was in Los Angeles. And thinking like something was, I don't know, like I feel like it was never going to get finished. But thinking like, the comics never finished. I was like, well, this had so much potential. There's so many things about the Internals that I saw so much potential in. But I was like, unfortunately, it's not going to get finished. I'm never going to let it finish. I don't know. But in my mind, I was writing sequels and spinoffs every time I was watching that movie. Though, like a lot of Marvel movies, when I watch them, I go down the puzzle first is what I usually call it. But like trying to like figure out what's going on. It's like, I don't know, maybe I'm getting brain damage out of this. I don't know. Did I just walk into hell? Probably. Probably. It's like shit. I'm gonna laugh at my own damnation at that point. But it's there, what was that though? Especially that fifth night. I still never really quite figured it out. There was a vibe in me, a feeling like I had really fucked up. And like I was like, what? Why? It's like I got that feeling, and that feeling was like the warmth on my right. I just took the warmth on my right and threw it to the left. And like, or something, and didn't even know that I just like had a lighthouse on me and like somehow took this best thing that was invisible that was in my Earth radius or like something in the atmosphere that was around me that I was actually feeling, and I didn't pick it up. I'm a I the moment it was over, and I think like when I look back at it, I had gotten up out of that movie theater thinking that maybe I made people upset when I went to go to the bathroom. I did think that for a moment, but I could not rob or like ignore the sensation that I was actually feeling something else in that moment. Like I was so close to something else, and yet I just robbed myself from it. If that makes any sense. that felt like a lighthouse, felt like a home. I don't know how else to explain it, apart from a warm light coming out of like a lighthouse or something, and I somehow was blind, couldn't see it, but could feel it. And then someone else, or I remember when I was out there was someone who was very upset, um, and I remember trying to understand why. Like I missed, like I tell you, I missed a lot what was going on. Like, and I was like, I remember being like, here's my popcorn. Like, I don't know why. I was like, well, I wasn't gonna eat it anyway, I guess. I don't know. But it's like, right, there's all these things. It's like, I remember things that they, when I was like, oh, he's trying to be your friend, was one voice. Another was he said something like his mom died or something that gave her life for this, and then she was like, oh, he's trying to be your friend. And that was like a different encounter like that when I came out, but yet somehow I don't know if it was connected to the feeling that I had, but I know for certain like it wasn't who I was interacting with in that moment, because that's not where that vibe was coming from. Because it would have told me if it was, right? But I'll tell you, like, I do remember that sensation of like absence, and like I did something wrong and not really knowing what it was, and that even felt like it was a better choice or something. But I'm still like a very like one of my all time. I will tell you, like, and may regret this, but I love Anna Taylor-Joy's abilities, and the moment I first saw her on, in like from the moment I first saw her actually being advertised in the movie Witch, before even watching the movie Witch, and then watching and going and seeing her performances in other films, and I remember thinking like, and then Chris had and on cinematically, I know their conversation might have been different, you could say, for interviews, but overall, it's like I kept drawing my mind back to Marvel for sure, but then with her though, I was like, I was thinking of other things as well, but I don't know, I had a mind that was doing that, especially at a time. And because I think like when and it's like, oh, I just sabotage myself, right? Because I didn't even know she was married until later on. I was like, did that affect my views? No, it didn't affect my feelings or views, but it did affect my desire to pursue, if that makes any sense entirely, like what I might have been interested in doing if I was given the position, depending on, definitely rearranged maybe my mindset on some things, but at the same time, I don't know. But then I went back to that other thing, and I thought maybe it was another actress or something, but it was like, that's what I'm telling you about, parasocial vibes and shit, and where one's mind can go. Because I tell you, like when you're in that moment with these other people, a lot of times you might just end up vibing with whoever's in front of you, but you don't really get that weird awesomeness, that comes with doing the thing you're not supposed to and connecting and then thinking like, well, if it does become something, you had just somehow did the impossible. You've gone to heaven, or some shit. It's like the best of the best. But right. I mean, it's the same thing. Like the only thing I think you really worry at the end of the day is if you ever did accomplish something like that or something actually happened, would there be guilt? If it's true love, it's true love. Then no. But it would not be. But if it's not, and it turned into something temporary, then absolutely I would feel like a shitty person, like a horrible person, right? So that's how I look at it and how I feel about it. And I've never met any of these people. Might have met some people, but didn't realize. I know I met some, definitely met people. And I met a lot more developers and probably more than even directors, and a lot more producers, probably even more than directors at times, but somehow those producers, I don't know. I said this several times that I thought and still think a producer is a stress reliever. When you're not the producer, it feels like you just handed a lot over, right? It's like it's like a stress reliever. This is my first vibe. But whether it gets done or not, as the great saying says, you could be working on something story and take 10 to 20 years. Usually not at 20, but sometimes. Usually about 10, yeah, long time to even get something up off the ground. Like you'd be working on a movie while you're selling another movie. Actually, it's not really like that. It's actually like you're working on a movie, but you're not even in production for that movie, but you're about to be in production for a different movie that you were, but not that movie you're working on, right? But you're in production, going to work on another movie, and then you're going to go into that. It's like, I've been told that as well. Actually, I was told that by a guy that looked like Bradley Cooper. It might have been, I don't know. At a bar and at an airport was the first time I heard someone say that. Like, it'd take 10 years. You have a brilliant idea and get people on board, but even then it could take 10 years. As it's like, Hollywood is actually a lot slower than you might think. They live in the future, way ahead in the time, but that final product, that thing doesn't actually show up until way later. Like, because I sat in bars in my days and talked about ideas of making movies to complete strangers. And one of my things when I remember getting when I get really drunk, and then at times where I'd be like, I need a producer. I'd be like, and it became like this kind of like, I don't know, not necessarily just a joke, but kind of like a very real thing. Like, just like letting something out, like thinking like, wow, maybe I'm onto something. Like it's the stress reliever, like the need a producer. Like, I have the ability. I know I have the ability to direct and act. I have both of those talents. I don't think I could direct, produce, and act without having a stroke or glitching out or something would happen to me or some shit. I don't know if I could do all that at once. I don't even know if I could direct and act. I at the same time either. Probably not, unless I'm playing. Definitely not if I'm playing the main character. But if I am playing a side character or something, I could probably temporarily adjust my mindset to play a character. But I can see it being very difficult to direct and play the main character or something that has more screen time because I am the director, but I'm also not the director. I have to become the mindset of that fictional character, which I think would be an interesting experience. I think I would fail for sure the first time. I feel like it would, but I think I might be able to. I'll eventually learn how to do it, to juggle both. But I think I'd fail the first time. I just have a sense that would be too difficult for me to do the first time. Like, I would have to take practice or some shit for that one. But like, if I went full into directing and someone gave me a camera and a vision and we had a set, I wouldn't need barely any practice. I'd be able to do that right on cue. Like, I'm that confident. Like, I'm ready to film. Right? If we're in this image, you want me to film this, I got you. If someone produced the camera or the equipment, I could work with it, set things up, and that's not even necessarily the writer. Writing I can do as well, but writing is also a different mindset, separate mindset. So juggling. Directing actually is very easy. Like, I find it to be very easy because if that's not including the writing and that's not the director's job, there's sometimes the director is the writer. But being the director and filming something as a camera focus and having the means to do it, your responsibility is to make sure you get it in every frame that the story you're trying to tell to unfold and all and not always the best way. Sometimes you want the worst sides of someone depending on the vibe and the set that you're trying to translate, with the character. So if that makes any sense. So sometimes you do. And I just think it's very easy. I think it's very mindless. But a lot of it is simple. I think it is. It's just like staying in the shot, capturing every single moment. You have if you're doing a romance or something and it's a devastation, someone coming out of something, emotion, the actors, if they know what they're doing, it'd be easier to work with. Now, if they don't know what they're doing, yeah, the director actually now might have a little bit of extra work to do, for sure. But it's not really that difficult, unless it's a kid or a full grown ass adult throwing a fit or something, and then it's like you end up with a. But I highly doubt that happens. That'd be so. I don't know. Like, I would imagine this is a professional thing, and You want it as professional as possible while you're doing it. Shooting something without, like, literally without CGI, like doing a devastation, a human film, is probably the easiest type of movies to do. Be direct by means, because you really don't have to do as much like craziness as like other films. Like if you're doing like a high skill, like if I was doing Pirates of the Caribbean, for example, I don't think I could just be the director on that. I think I would have to somehow be a producer, and it's like how I look at it is like I'm looking at ships. I want to be able to deliver these high stake battles and stuff like that. I'm going to be looking at things where I'm not just telling a story, right? I'm going to be looking at like delivering also fight sequences. So I don't think I could just be a director. Like I would have to be ready. I would have to. I would love to film Pirates of the Caribbean part 1 and 2. The one I have in my head is very, very karmatic, very awesome, and it involves everyone having to return, and including, I couldn't do that image without the original cast returning, though. That's the only thing. The image would be a completely different movie if I had to work with something else. I would need everybody to return. It would be at least it would make it easier. It would be very difficult to do it without everybody. Because the image I have in my head is very much about karma and and coming in and finally having that sensation and that relief, that heaven, like finally, because even Captain Jack Sparrow got his ship, things like that, and you're gonna want to capture those moments and spend time when you're transitioning these shots, and when you do this, you're gonna want to have it creep in, and it's gonna be Ghost first. I always knew it was like this kind of like, Davy Jones is going to be haunted. You're going to have it, so you have to introduce these characters to not just what's coming, but also help. It's really reflectiveness on all of their decisions in life they've ever done and where it is now going to lead them. And when I was originally thinking of it, I was thinking about all of the enchantments being undone upon the sea and why the sea had so many enchantments. And it was one of the things that was very obvious that how important the Grim Reaper really was. For Davy Jones's The Flying Dutchman was like that, those puzzle pieces, and that I think like there is karma for those things in that universe. I think there is karma. I think not having all these things, and if you could see what's in my head, I think people would love it because it goes full circle as well, and you're going to have some really freaking awesome fight battle sequences and humor moments, the dark humor that Pirates of the Caribbean and the witty cleverness that it's always had. And if you want to get an idea, it's like At World's End on drugs, like better, like coming full circle, which is the best Pirates of the Caribbean movie ever made, by the way, At World's End. But like the way they shot it, the way everything about it is, it's just really, really well done. So, and taking the shots and going in, and a lot of the stuff was actually shot similar to Dead Man's Chest. The only difference is they really upped the stakes with that World's End. And part one would definitely, my part one would definitely not be as action packed either. Like my part two would be even more action packed than at World's End. Like I have the image in it, and I hinted it online before, where I call it like I always pictured like Tortotus and the heathen gods that were connected to Hernandez Cortez, that is connected to Bootstrap, that is connected to Will Turner, that is connected to Will Turner's son, and to all these gods that were connected. We only ever really got one on the live screen, which was Calypso. So we know, because of the Brethren and a lot of the knowledge was lost, that we need the ghost of the court of pirates, which means everyone who was in at World's End to return, and new cast members to be, actors to be casted to play the even older figures as ghosts. Because we need the wisdom of the Brethren that know how to imprison entities and know how to deal with this situation. I see ghosts. I see ghosts. I see nations that disagree. I see a lot of people lining up in pirates, in part two, happen to work together or suffer the consequences on what's coming, or what's already actually arrived, because it arrives at the end of part one, and it's like coming in, and there's a lot. You'll come in and see a lot of differences in my view, for sure. Like their enemies becoming their allies by the end of part one. For a bigger threat, for sure. Like how I always looked at it was that I think Captain Jack Sparrow has a lot of kids. I think he does. I think they're. I saw him. I saw, sex workers. What do you want to call them? Come out and be like, well, claim that some of their they have kids and then they don't actually have kids. I don't think. Blackbeard's daughter was pregnant. That's an example. But I would ask Penelope Cruz to return with the item that she sought to search for, so we can have another additional cool weapon for the second battle, if she wanted to. The very thing that she mentions on going to look for at the end of hers. Maybe she could even get a spin-off movie. I probably would do that one. Someone else might, but that could be a prequel to how she got it. But she would definitely have it in the battle already when she arrives. She doesn't have a kid though with Captain Sparrow. I think that was a lie. But other people do. A lot of people. I don't think there's just one. I think there's some kids that are going to be like, I could see like, I see it, I don't, I see it, I don't, and some that are lying and some that aren't. And, kind of, and with having their own ghosts and the family tree. And, I've always liked the Captain Jack Sparrow family tree stuff as well. So, like, having it as ingredients, though, like, not like hijack the whole movie, but like have it like inside, like as really fun scenes to go along with the main plot, which is not the main plot, obviously. That I think that is like, you don't want that as the main plot. You want that in around the main plot. If that makes any sense, trust me. Because Captain Jack Sparrow does not make Pirates of the Caribbean. He is a main ingredient, I will say, to Pirates of the Caribbean. And sends a lot of that vibe, because without him, you would have to find someone else that brings that vibe into the picture if you were to bring the others. Because I think, like, if you did a Will Turner film and just branched on that, and you could only get Keira Knightley and Orlando Bloom and their kid and the actor who plays their son back and stuff like that, then it would be less of a humorous film. I think, in a way, it could be still a really cool film, and a really awesome, like, I can see doing it with a less cast, but that would be one movie, not two. But like at the same time, I think like that way kind of sucks. It doesn't. It's its own thing. I don't want to bury anything, but at the same time, it's, just in case. But I don't know. Like, that's the thing when I look at Disney. I think I'm not in charge, so I don't it's like, I don't know. I feel very powerless over the decisions at times, but even more. Or maybe I have more. I don't know. What is that? Maybe I saved Captain America when I posted that. Maybe I was one of the influences. I don't know. Sometimes, what is it? Sometimes I like to think I helped give, maybe when I was up there talking about Beetlejuice, and thinking like how it should be named Beetlejuice, and I was like, thank God when they took the two out, because I actually always saw it as Beetlejuice. I never saw it as Beetlejuice 2 in my mind. I saw it as Beetlejuice. So, and when I was looking at some older stuff and keeping the nostalgia was one of my missions, and I think, like, when I look at it, like, Tim Burton did a hell of a job. It's almost like he read a lot of my mind when he was making, but it was his. It's his eye. It's his first, right? So, but I just was able to see the movie in my mind, most of the movie in my mind before it was even made. Well, before I watched it. And when I watched it, there was a lot of confirmation that, that he actually did do things that I did see, and what I would have done. With extra, he did some other things as well that I probably would have definitely done different. There's a couple things I had in my mind, but, and I still do. I still think that Beetlejuice has potential for what I said was a TV series as well. I saw a spinoff in my mind, and I had also seen a third film. But I always felt like the third film, though, should be kind of similar to how, like where you wait from the first and how the first went. And then after the first, it got a cartoon TV series. So that's why I was saying, like, it'd probably be more ideal to do a series before Beetlejuice, to give it time. So then when you come out eventually later with what remains, you could deliver it. But when I sat here and thought about it, we have to make Michael Keaton immortal then, if that's the case. Or maybe we should actually go back and actually do it before it's too late because I think it would be a missed opportunity to do. I think for sure, like Beetlejuice would definitely be the last mainline Beetlejuice movie, and everything else would be different from that point on, including the spin-off. Like, I can't see a third with Michael Keaton. I don't know if he would come back for a TV show, but I am pretty damn confident that he'd come back for a third. Like, I feel like he would for the third. Well, you just got to pitch a really good supernatural comedy, and have it connect and do its thing and probably be even more bonkers. You want to do something that's the thing now. That's how I looked at it. Is the second needed to have the nostalgia, but the third really doesn't. The third could really dive more into the supernatural side as a comedy more than the others have ever done before. You don't need that house anymore, is what I'm saying. Like stuff like that. If you think about it, like it's such a much larger scale that you paid due the respects of the original. Now you get to explore it in its glorious universe that it is. And that's the third film. I just said it. Exploring the Beetlejuice supernatural universe as what it is. Expanding out. And there was something I always found interesting in the first film. That bringing back, and that was the death of death, and maybe something even more being there, and stuff like that. Like having different layers. Like you have the beyond, you have basically formats of hell, you have the reflection of what happened to someone when they're dead and where they're at, being right there in that place when they're sitting there in purgatory, waiting to be, whether they're going to be going on that train to heaven or they're going to go somewhere else, like to a whole nother level. But in this case, I think it bleeds out even more into the living, because I think Beetlejuice is a very unique, crazy, bonkers universe spills into a universe film. Sometimes it reminds me of that movie when with Brendan Fraser, was a Monkey Bone, like how they like goes in and like where he's like drifting back and forth, and how he goes off the adventure, except for it's like on Earth, like it's actually coming to Earth, like how people would actually take that, especially if it ends up being a result that actually Jenna Ortega's character actually did give birth to the resurrection, or the reincarnation, I mean, of Beetlejuice. I think that for sure it'd be bonkers. That's one thing's for clear. It's never been a horror movie, horror things. It's always had elements of the paranormal. It's always been an art piece, art first film with crafty humor, dark humor. Some, yeah, but not like R-rated dark humor, like witty PG humor, that it's like really too smart for the ratings for people who know how to rate. And so Playpeg involved fucking Shrek too. Isn't that the best Shrek? Which one's best Shrek? Shrek 1 or Shrek 2? The other one's very forgettable. I don't remember them much. But I know I watched them. What is Shrek 5? I have not read that yet. I wonder if there's some been leaked out there. I read into Toy Story 5. You know, Toy Story 5 reminds me of? Kind of reminds me of Sid. Because when he blows up shit, and then all his toys come back to haunt him. But instead of that, it's AI. It's like tablets and computer devices and shit like that doing that to the toys. Now it's like the toys are gonna have to reveal themselves or do something like they did to Sid. Like it's no longer good enough for the toys to pretend that they're not alive, you know? Which could change the entire story and go even further with Toy Story. Because when I was reading that, I was like, that's going to be a game changer. It has so much potential, Toy Story 5 script. Because when I was reading into it, like I said, and it doesn't give you the whole script, but it gives you pieces and pieces where it had read in. And I said, where this could go is like, it could go into like a world seeing toys being alive, you know, where they're no longer hiding anymore. If like all these devices are already revealing themselves to be alive, like you have a tablet that talks to you, a computer that talks to you, and the kids are okay with this and they're having the time of their life with this, why would they be okay with their toys coming to life than if they were alive that entire time? I think either way, it has so much potential and it's a kids movie, but still it has so much potential, and it reminds me a little bit of the scene of probably one of the best scenes in Toy Story, which was in Toy Story 1, when they had fed up with Sid and all his actions, and then the toys were like, you know what? We're going to scare the hell out of this guy. Like, I think it's going to be. It's like I'm not usually the biggest Pixar in the Pixar films, but I am looking forward to Toy Story 5. Like that has potential. Like the idea behind it is actually could be quite genius. Like as a story. I'm actually now curious what Shrek 5 is about, because what could Shrek 5 be about? He has family, he's living happy ever after. they got rid of a lot of the fairy tale creatures. What is it like? They're gonna build on the fairy. They want to build on back onto the fairy tale world humor. It's got to have that clever humor because like that's what made Shrek 1 and 2 such great and that and like scenes like certain things in those films like I think Shrek 2 is better probably. Like I see a lot of things about Shrek 2, but I think actually like in some ways like usually the first movie you could say is better, but I think actually Shrek 2 might be the best of the Shrek movies. Like I get the sense that it is. Like this is when it introduces more to the world. Builds more onto the story of the first one. Well, one thing I think it's clear is that Shrek 5 is going to have a lot of ogres. Probably. They'll probably go back to the idea that they tried to do, but do it better than they did with Shrek 4. I don't know. I don't really know. Because sometimes it might not really be that good of a story. But I'm curious. There's Silent Hill that looks almost like the Silent Hill Return, that looks almost identical to Silent Hill 2, the video game. So I don't know. Like I'm not really excited to watch Silent Hill because it looked. I don't know. To me, it just looked like Silent Hill 2. Like I already know that game and all its endings. But I don't know. Well, it's for someone else. So I don't really know what like. I look at movies that are coming out, and I'm not really sure. I think that a lot of them will give me headaches trying to, if I let it. I think Avengers Doomsday is going to sell if it's just really a good scene. I said this before. Like I think when Minecraft became the highest selling movie, and it's not even the best movie by any means, right? I mean, there are far better movies that came out in 2025. But I knew it was going to be one of the most, right, highest paid films that were, I had that sense, like right off the bat, but I knew it was going to be beaten. Like it wasn't going to stay at the top. And I knew that the two movies that were going to actually fight for first place were going to be Wicked and Avatar. And that either one of those two movies were going to win the most amount of money made type of things. I have not physically seen Wicked for good or Avatar 3, but here's the thing. Wicked, I have seen, I don't, here, Wizard of Oz is a multiverse, right? It is in a way, and Oz is a place and has history. It's the making of the Tin Man, making the Scarecrow. I will watch it. I'll probably buy it actually and watch it that way, but I already kind of know what it's about. I've never seen Wicked play. Sure, I've never read The Wizard of Oz, but I have a good sense for these things. And reading into things and Scarecrow, all those lines, Tin Man. Is it going to line up perfectly? The signs say no, but some characters. I think like if you're looking at it like perfectly aligned, there's only 2 hours something long. About right. I think like that. The Wizard of Oz had a whole its own thing. Like there, where Scarecrow ruled Oz, and there's other characters. There's Gnome King later on. I mean, there's a whole universe that I wouldn't be a bit surprised if people got clever and actually took advantage of this and was like, hey, we can finally do tell even more stories. And I think Ariana would love that because she would be she'd be able to come back as Linda. Other characters, the same actors that want to be a part of that would probably sign up for another movie if it builds on to it. It probably wouldn't be called Wicked. It'd probably be called I don't know. Maybe it would probably be called one of the books, like one of the book names. Or it takes the next. Avatar. I mean, I don't like it's pretty much the same movie. It has when it comes to the atmosphere, just the vibe of the villain, and the evilness, and rooting for how it works, and like wanting the villain to fail and shit like that. You know, this year I did not go to the movies that often. This year, believe it or not, I went and watched, I think, 2 movies, maybe 3. Watched Thunderbolts theaters. I think the only movie I went out of my way to watch was Thunderbolts. I watched Fantastic Four in theaters because I was at PAX West. I was like, I was there past PAX West, the time that I had tickets for, and there was a movie theater not too far from there, and when I was staying there for a bit, in Seattle. The first thing I really enjoyed doing in Seattle, riding boats. I did that shit for hours. I loved it. Like the boats, just like relaxing. Like it's just boats are just like I don't know, it's a sense of freedom. I don't know. It just felt really good. Chilling on a boat, plural, drinking. Well, I only drank on one. That's what I like. First time I drank actually in a long time. I don't usually drink. I stopped drinking. I don't know, I just did. And then a day I had some really good custom drinks, and I don't even remember how they were. Fancy drinks. Like this giant funnel thing that I got with one of them. I took home with me. The Salish Sea Tours, Seattle, Washington. One of the many. Had so much fun on those ships. They're awesome. Well, I did at Bats. Waited in lines until I got bored, and then moved on and went to get my. I did met people on the movie or not movie, the video game. What was that? Dawn of the Blood something, Bloodwalker or some shit like that. It was a vampire game, and I got access into that because that line was very short. I accessed into Dawn of Bloodwalker, which is a vampire game. I went to the art stuff. Oh, I obviously went to Expedition 33 because I knew they were going to win Game of the Year. I'm a psychic, so I called it. I was right again. I was naming the Game of the Year. Well, I've only ever participated in naming the Game of the Year for 2 years. I've watched the Game Awards for many years, but I never bothered voting, as crazy as that sounds. Or thinking about who's going to win or really putting that much into reading it. And I was like, Astrobot's going to win. I went and watched them win in person. Team Azobi. I wanted to go, and I had my ticket. And I didn't sell my ticket. I kept my ticket for Expedition 33 winning. But I didn't go. I couldn't. I don't know. I have a sleeping. I don't know. I just acted way too late and such a drive. I didn't think I was going to make it in time. So I ended up I fucked up. Like driving from New York to California, I can do. But I really need to plan it out better than I did this year. I didn't even go to California this year, and I go to California almost every year. Los Angeles. Went to Seattle, and I loved it though. I did my Seattle trip this year. The only thing I didn't like, my feet didn't like that. I didn't think about how bad my feet would get destroyed walking in Seattle. I ended up with so many blisters because of bad footwear on the way it was set up in Seattle. I mean, that's my negative thing from the trip. But I talked to for hours straight with the actor who plays Adam Warlock. I talked to him for a while. The actor who plays Adam Warlock in Marvel Rivals. Awesome guy. I remember being like, oh, when did Expedition 33? I was like, Expedition 33 is going to win Game of the Year. I was straight up. I was like, they're going to win Game of the Year. I knew they were going to win. I don't know. I was just easy to talk to. Talk to him about like all Marvel stuff. Even though I didn't see, I played Marvel Rivals when it first launched, but at the time, I had not played Marvel Rivals for a long time. To be fair, yeah, they were the only table open when I gravitated over there, so there was no one else there. They just so happened to be the only ones there, and so I talked to them and pitched ideas. I talked about the movies, different ideas for scripts for Marvel, like what I would like to do, and most of it was, be a lead writer, direct and produce is what I was pretty much on about, because I was looking at it as an aspect of not as an actor. I was looking at it as the aspect of actually getting the movie made and finding and bringing it to life. And they're actors. So they're all into that. And they love Marvel. And I was like, shit, maybe one day I can. Maybe one day Kevin will let me. Maybe one day I'll meet him and we'll have a conversation about what's the best position for me and what they're trying to do at that moment. Because I'm sure there's going to be some kind of slate plan. Like, that's the most difficult part. I think it's trying to find where, everything will fit. That's why I kind of wish I really don't want the multiverse to end, because I think it makes it easier if it doesn't for other creators. Fantastic Four still has their world, right? Well, I mean, I have a lot of choices, so I have to pro. But I will tell you, I have ideas, and I'm gonna have to. I might look at it like where we're at the moment. Marvel comic fan, so where I will be pulling. I want to recreate scenes, and I also have brand new scenes in my head as well. So one of the movies I will pitch will not be a teen movie. It will be a magic Queen of Limbo film that I have in my head, that I think that a lot of the first volume even does quite a bit of it, but not all of it. I love the idea. And one of my biggest influences on the idea in my head is George Miller, Mad Max. I love the idea of shooting most of this film in Limbo directly. Not all of it. I know how it starts. I'm going to start this movie right in Russia, right at the farmland. I want to come in at it with the younger version of Magic before Anna Taylor-Joy's Magic, which hopefully I would love to have her come back and play the character, would come back and play the older version. But the idea is to tell the story of how she became the queen of Limbo, not throw her in as being the queen of Limbo instantly. like how someone might. And the death of, her brother and Ballisto, which I keep slaying his name, but he'll understand, kidnaps her. Like all these scenes in hell, but reflecting as a mirror on other. There's one recurring event that recurs in a lot of these comics that I have, and that is dreams. They actually do have dreams that are connected or they're to other lives. This is another movie pitch. Doesn't mean I'll get magic made. These are just pitches, options. This one here would be the idea of doing a Colossus movie. X-Men, Colossus Bloodlines, which actually has quite a cinematic, like you could really open this up with a vibe, right? The other one I see to be, oh man, I really love Magic as a character and how she came to become Magic and how the Soul Sword is connected to the Soul Stone, the Soul Gems, that's also connected to the Bloodstones, and how she became the ruler, not being the queen, but how she became the queen. Kind of story arc, and all these demons and versing the Dark Child, and and having I had Thor Valhalla at the time when I was thinking about this in my mind as well, and how Thor probably would be in this movie in Magic. King Rune Thor would be in this, alongside as like I said, it's not going to be identical, but sure in hell I had ideas like Nick Nolte playing Devil Hulk, or the one below all that is going to go right into the Immortal Hulk. That's also going to connect to the supernatural side of other projects. Here I have the Supernatural Fallen Angels, what I call the Supernatural Fallen Angels, which it's a different vibe. I tell you what, like this might be harder to pitch because it's so supernatural, like it is at another level. But yeah, it goes right to the tree that Karak. It's all connected to Magneto's the mutant world he always wanted, but on this island that is very much connected to another wavelength that's connected to the multiverse. Because in this phase, it's like has to be able to go through a lot of it. You needed to access this very powerful villain who was a part of this story. Could be changed out. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you have to look at this as options, not as a guarantee, because there ain't no guarantee. So, but looking at it like you have see, I keep forgetting his name, but he has all those powers that are connected. And he's an Easter egg, a Sinister, Dr. Sinister, or Mr. Sinister, that is connected to the New Mutants. Now, okay, so that's seriousness, or supernatural stuff, couple, not all. But the comedy side is the Fallen Angels which is going to be more fun. This one is more fun, more comedy, less serious. This one is Sunspot. Basically says fuck the X-Men. Okay? Warlock follows him. Warlock's is literally his best friend. They do everything together. Well, almost everything together. And B Street Club, Manhattan. You know, gotta introduce X-23, or maybe X-23 probably says fuck this and leaves with them. I know X-23 is a part of this team, a supernatural one, and not the comedy scene, but you might be able to get away with taking some of these supernatural fallen angels and putting them into the comedy version with the Vanisher as the starting villain with all his powers. Did I mention it as a comedy? Because I have so many ideas for this. Like, it's dark. I have the Hulk. I like the Hulk being a part of this movie as well, so like fighting Devil Dinosaur, even more badass than in the comics. So gotta have Gami. Can't go without Gami. Bill and Don and the death, very important death of, you know, a telepathic lobster has bubblegum stuck to a dinosaur's foot. Couple differences here. Deadpool's probably be sitting in the corner making some jokes because he fits just along with this group. I don't think they'd let him a part of the group, but he sure now would find a way to make several cameos in this movie. Boom Boom's a drunk. Boom Boom's funny as shit. She's gonna blow shit up. Such a wreck. Ariel is working with the Vanisher until she's not. She might hint at deciding to become an alien bounty hunter by the end of the movie. Maybe we'll get Spider-Man characters involved and throw Adriana into it, but as an Omega threat, where she's actually this giant spider that has all the Spider-Man characters that have gotten bitten under her control as puppets. And there'll be a web, and Sunspot will walk, literally be like, they'll still be going to the club, being like, yeah, maybe we should take care of this threat. Jessica Jones will be doing the news, reporting the news. Because she's like, Power Girl, who'll be delivering that shit. Like, reporting this giant catastrophe in New York City. This giant, monstrous spider queen thing that's brainwashed Spider-Man and his friends. I mentioned this is a comedy. It is. It's an action, definitely different vibe. Then the other one here is not comedy. That's supernatural. That's very supernatural. But I'm totally into that, though. I think the comedy thing would sell more with the action and the craziness. Star-Lord maybe might come along for the ride. What's Star-Lord gonna do with this? I don't know. Maybe Boom Boom wreck somewhere. She travels halfway across the world at times and blows shit up accidentally. She's a classic drunk. Maybe doing chores didn't really cut it out for Star-Lord. So when he's not playing games or whatever, he's trying to make, lawnmowers not kill people. Break some kind of lawnmower that's like some kind of things that do their own chores for him. Like he'll get smart with it. He's tech savvy. He might be. But probably a failure at it at the same time. A lot of his tech would probably be death traps. You're sitting there like talking about something. Like, oh, like a pretty good job, right? Then almost kill someone. Maybe Stinger will be able to be in this movie since we're dealing with the Vanisher and his obsession for stealing shit. The thing about the Vanisher, though, he basically has the same powers, except for similar powers to the Invisible Woman. Similar. Not quite the same, but similar. This movie could be epic, loaded with shit, loaded with awesomeness. It would be like a really packedly awesome movie. Maybe we get the Misfits to actually make an album for it. Like make some music directly for the film, like specifically designed, catered for the movie. Would be a drawback since the Fallen Angels were the Misfits first in comics. That was actually the first name. Cool fact. Misfits. With that weird little dot at the end. And they'd be like, what is this, the New Avengers? The newer Avengers? Nope. The Misfits. Fallen Angels. You're like, what? That's exactly what. That's exactly what we're aiming for. These aren't X-Men. These aren't Strange Academies. These ain't Avengers. These are the Misfits. I think that movie would fucking be a hit. That one. Especially if people love Guardians of the Galaxy. The Fallen Angels, the Misfits, the original version of the comedy, man, would destroy Guardians of the Galaxy. You could read that stuff and see that stuff. They started off in a lot of the story arcs start off in New York City, but they go to outer space later on. It gets crazy. Ariel becomes a bounty hunter. Gets in a fight with Gambit over what they should do with Juggernaut, because Juggernaut is the bounty. Turn in her bounty. Captured Juggernaut. In outer space, by the way. Did I also mention that there's mutants? Like that are not just Earth mutants. That mutants is not just an Earth thing. Goes beyond to multiple worlds. Ariel's from Coconut Grove. You don't see Boom Boom for some reason. I think I wonder if Millie Bobby Brown would play Boom Boom. Or something like, find somebody to play Boom Boom that has that, kind of like ability to go from being very wreckful to like a Hollywood icon figure, because that's what Boom Boom really is. She was a movie star. She's a movie star that just so happens to be also an alcoholic, though, like goes through a lot and and blows shit up, has plasma literally come out of her hands like blowing shit up. Doesn't really belong. There's a lot of different options. Oh yeah? What's up? What's up, George? I come in here, listen to me talk to myself, pretty much. The moment I turned this on, I probably spent like 5 hours talking to myself on top of this. ASMR. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to say. Make 50 million different peaches. Peaches. Yep. Pitches. I don't have my shots. Those shots I had on Instagram are gone probably. Like I had some shots like that I took in Grand Canyon. What's up, buddy? What's going on? Fine. Fine. I can't hold you forever. Sorry, buddy. My arms will break. But it's nice to see you too. Alright, I've probably talked enough, so way too much. And not enough. I'm sure I didn't talk enough, and I'm sure I talked too much. I'm sure I did it all. In some ways, I'm not. Maybe it's garbage, maybe it's not. Vote on it. God bless everybody's nostrils, even the ghost nostrils.